Okay, here we go. I'd like to call this meeting to order, a meeting of the Plan Commission on Monday, November 8th at 6:30 p.m. in the Germantown Village Hall Boardroom. This and also can be accessed via WebEx. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with Wisconsin Statute Sections 19.83 and 19.84 in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for discussion and action. Roll call shows all village board members present except for Mr. Shadid and Mr. Williams. Mr. Shadid is also excused, and Mr. Williams is excused tonight. Next item on the agenda is public input and public appearance. I do have several emails that I'd like to read into the record first, and then we can ask if there is anyone within our audience or accessing us via WebEx that would like to participate as well. So first I'll start with the emails that I had received. First one that I had received was from Carrie Belkey, and I'm sorry? Do they? I can put either way, but you're correct because we do have a public hearing, and thank you for correcting me for that one. Okay. All right, then I'll save them for the public hearing. So we'll go into public input and public appearance. For anyone that's in the audience that wishes to come forward, I would suggest that if you're here for any of the public hearings on tonight's agenda, that you wait until that time to come forward to make your comments. But if there is anyone else in the audience that'd like to come forward to speak on any other matter that's not up for a public hearing tonight to bring before this body, you're welcome to do so at this time. Is there anyone that wishes to come forward for public input or public appearance? All right, then we can go on to the next item, which is the approval of minutes from the October 25th Plan Commission meeting.
Move approval is presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve the minutes? No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is new business. We start with new business item A. Mark and Jennifer Reinhardt, property owners of West 168 North 12184, and Jim Bermley, property owner of West 168 North 12196 Century Lane, applications for a 2020 land use plan amendment from agricultural conservation residential to rural residential, and a rezoning application to create a planned development district with the underlying RS2 single-family zoning district and a two-lot certified survey map. That is on tonight's agenda for public hearing and action. To give us some more information and background on our new business item A, I'll turn the meeting over to our Community Development Director, Jeff Retzloff.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you indicated, our first item is for the Reinhardts and Bermeleys located on Century Lane. They have submitted CSM land division, land use plan map amendment, and rezoning applications for a proposal to divide their property into two lots. Property is located on Century Lane. It's just north of Fond du Lac Avenue, and as shown on the screen, and adjacent to the Rad Key Plant Nursery, east of Division and north of Fond du Lac Avenue. The property is highlighted blue circle there on the current 2020 land use plan map. It's classified as agricultural conservation residential. It's a 4.9 acre parcel and has also environmental corridor on the east side of the property where the Menominee River traverses the property in the far east end. A proposal to amend the 2020 land use plan map is to change the classification from agricultural conservation residential to rural residential. That would change it to the yellow category as shown on the plan. The 4.9 acre parcel has two pre-existing dwellings that date back prior to 1964. And frankly, the parcel should have been included in the rural residential category, much like other parcels less than 5 acres with existing development when the plan was initially developed. In terms of zoning change, the proposal is to change the current RS1 single family zoning to RS2 single family in order to accommodate the land division into two equal pieces, one each with one of the existing dwellings on it. However, there are some minimum regulations in the RS2 district that the property cannot meet, and consequently, staff is recommending, along with the Bermeleys, proposing to the creation of a planned development district for the property to relax a few of those basic bulk requirements, if you will, on the RS2 district in order to accommodate the land division and not create non-conforming structures. The PDD would be a RS2 with a PDD overlay with essentially three reductions: reduction to the street yard building setback from 45 feet to meet the existing setback for the closest dwelling, which is 24 feet. Reduce the minimum side yard building setback from the minimum in the district from 30 feet down to the closest in for the existing dwelling to 17 feet, and reduce the minimum lot width frontage requirement from 220 feet to 114 feet. The CSM that's proposed is shown on the screen. As you can see, there are multiple buildings on the property, the two dwellings and a couple of outbuildings on lot 1. The proposal is to divide the property as shown with the common property line down the middle, shown in the dashed line. As I indicated earlier, staff believes that the map amendment is warranted. It's something that frankly should have been done. Plan was first adopted. As I mentioned, parcels that had pre-existing single-family residential dwellings on them outside of the sewer service area and that were less than 5 acres in size have been classified on the 2020 map in the yellow category, and that's why you'll see throughout the village those smaller yellow parcels. So staff is supportive of the amendment and the overall proposal to divide the property so each dwelling has a separate parcel and the owners can pursue use and possible further development if allowed individually and not needing each other's permission or other restrictions that might come into play, like banks who may not approve improvements to a building given the situation. So it's in an effort to undo a difficult situation as it currently exists. The only other comment, Public Works, the village surveyor has identified some technical corrections in the certified survey map that would need to be taken care of before recording the CSM. The staff recommendation is to approve 2020 land use plan map amendment to change the 4.9 acre parcel from ag conservation residential to rural residential as proposed, to approve the rezoning from RS1 to RS2 with a PDD overlay and making those 4 changes to the underlying requirements in the RS2 district, all of which would be included in a conditions and restrictions resolution that would have to be approved by the village board. And finally, to approve the proposed 2-lot certified survey map to divide the property into 2 lots as proposed with a couple of conditions. The public hearing this evening is to take comments concerning the land use plan map amendment and the rezoning. With that, I believe the Reinerts and Bermeleys are here. They have anything they want to add before we go to public hearing? Now would be the time. That.
Okay, if there is nothing that they would like to add, then I'll open this public hearing by hereby stating a notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held before the Village of Germantown Plan Commission at the Germantown Village Hall located on Mequon Road in Germantown on Monday, November 8th at 6:30 p.m. or later. The purpose of said hearing is to hear any and all parties, their attorneys or agents for or against the following applications for a 2020 land use planned amendment to change the classification from agricultural conservation residential to rural residential, a rezoning to create a planned development district for the property described below with an underlying RS2 single-family zoning district pursuant to section 17.15 of the village code and to create a two-lot certified survey map to divide the property. The applicants are Mark S. and Jennifer A. Reinhardt and Jim Bermley, the property owners, and the property is located at West 168, North 12184 Century Lane, and West 168, North 12196 Century Lane. Is there anyone that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against any of the three things that will be changing on this property? The rezoning, the planned development district, or the two-lot certified survey map? Would anybody like to come forward to speak for or against? One more time. Is there anyone that wishes to speak for or against the items as mentioned? And this public hearing is now closed. Commissioners?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2020 land use plan amendment as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to make a change to the 2020 land use plan and add an amendment from agricultural conservation residential to rural residential. Is there any discussion on that motion to approve? No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the rezoning the property from RS1 single family to RS2 single family district with a planned development district as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve? No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the proposed two-lot certified survey map to divide the 4.9 acre parcel jointly owned by the Reinerts and the Brimleys as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Mr. Nillis?
Just a clarification, condition number 2 under that item references RS3. Is that just a,
Yeah, that would be a typo. It's RS2 is the proposed zoning.
okay, just,
Okay, change needs to be made from RS3 to RS2. Any other discussion on the motion to approve? No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Takes care of all three items on new business item A. Thank you for coming on the Brimley side and on the Reinhardt side. We appreciate you coming to the meeting. Next item under new business is new business item B. Matthew and Amy Saban, agents for property owners of TLC Acres LLC, located at West 210 North 10738 Appleton Avenue. It's a review of a conditional use permit number 08-19, and it's for public hearing and action. Give us more background information on this new business item. Again, I'll turn the meeting over to our Community Development Director, Jeff Retzloff.
Thank you. As you indicated, conditional use permit number 08-19 that was granted to the Stevens and TLC Acres property owners back in 2019 requires the conditional use permit to be reviewed by the Plan Commission 1 year after approval and include a public hearing. Purpose for the review is to receive a status report from the owner regarding the activities authorized under the CUP and compliance with the conditions upon which the CUP was granted. Property is just over 53 acres in size. It's located in a A2 general agricultural zoning district. As I mentioned, CUP-08-19 was granted by the village board with a series of 10 conditions. Under that permit, there are, step back. For the property, there are both allowed uses by right under the A2 agricultural district, and then permitted uses that are allowed or permitted under the conditional use permit. The tree nursery operation is allowed by right in the general agricultural district. Sod farming aspect or component of the operation is also allowed by right. And I believe the Stevens continue to lease property to the FAF sod operation. The retail sale of nursery products that are not raised on the property, that's a use that required the conditional use permit. And the operation of a landscape maintenance and construction services business from the property is also a use that is permitted under the conditional use permit And that area of the property is an area that's leased from TLC Acres to MS TLC Total Lawn Care operation, operates from the property. A little bit more background, as was discussed back in 2019, the tree nursery operation on the property has a component of filling and grading that has been ongoing since, I believe, 2018. We discussed back in 2019, the ongoing construction of the elevated plateaus or tiers that are used for growing nursery stock. That activity is not subject to the conditional use permit. It's allowed by right, but that the process of the filling and the trucking in the soil and the grading is regulated under an erosion control permit that I think we've issued 2 of those now. We had an original one and a second one that was revised. That has been issued to the property owner. Tier 1 was completed back in 2018, and it's partially planted. And Tier 2 is undergoing active trucking, filling, and grading with a completion date to be determined. The time the CUP was approved, we were given this site plan that was included as part of the conditional use permit that identifies specific areas and where activities would take place on the property. The second slide is just a close-up of the area closest to Appleton Avenue and includes the area subject to the lease area. The sort of pinkish red in the upper right corner is the area leased to the MS TLC Total Lawn Care operation. As part of the staff's review of the conditional use permit, we went through all of the 10 conditions included in the conditional use permit. A copy of this table, clearly, not unless you're sitting, gentlemen in the front row, but a copy is included in your packet. And what I've done is I listed each of the 10 conditions, basic status of it, whether or not compliance has been met, and just some notes or comments concerning each of those conditions. There are 3 that are highlighted, number 4, number 5, and number 10. They're highlighted simply to point out that they're conditions that are not completely in compliance at this point. And I refer to them as a non-compliance issue, albeit each of those is a relatively minor situation as far as staff is concerned. Condition number 4 requires a zoning permit or a site plan approval for any and all site and building improvements on the property. To date, there's been an asphalt driveway improvement that was just recently completed that had been granted a zoning permit, a staff level permit for that construction. And a temporary sales office was moved onto the property related to the sale of the products, the nursery products. Fortunately, that wasn't part of a zoning permit application submitted by the owner. I think there was some confusion as to whether or not a temporary building qualified as something that needed a permit. That's been clarified and get out with the owner. Condition number 5 requires a landscape and grading plan for a visual buffer area around the leased area by Total Lawn Care that's used for equipment and materials storage. The owner installed a berm, some trees, and also a metal panel screening device that's attached to a shipping container without having submitted the landscape and grading plan before that activity took place or those improvements were made. Mr. Sieben has since submitted a plan for those items that staff has reviewed, and as we'll discuss in a minute, we're still debating, if you will, acceptability, if that's the correct word, for that metal panel screen wall attached to the shipping container. Couple of graphics. First, let me back up to the site plan. Again, the leased area is that area in the upper right on this photograph. It's the area highlighted in the pink, the darker pink. And it's to the back or the east of that small building just off of Appleton Avenue by the main driveway into the site. On the upper part of the photographs on the left, you can just see a corner of the building. It's got sort of a cream colored upper panel and a green lower panel. The shipping container and it has a series of metal panels that have been attached to the west side of it and painted to match the building. That, along with a berm and some tree planting on the north side of the property line, comprise the visual buffer that's been installed by property owner. Ordinarily, a metal screen wall or a shipping container isn't exactly the sort of feature that I would consider to be acceptable for a visual buffer, but under the circumstances and given the nature of the business, I thought it best to bring that to the Plan Commission for some feedback as to whether or not that's something that we should approve as part of that plan that had been submitted. And again, we can talk about that as we get into the discussion phase. The last or the third non-compliance issue is condition number 10 is simply holding the public hearing and the 1-year review. 1-year review, it's been more than 1 year. It's been over 2 years. Staff deferred that simply because for COVID purposes and frankly, to give a little bit more time to evaluate the operation and frankly, to provide opportunity for people to give us feedback. And the feedback we received to date, a series of complaints, 3 complaints that have to do with mud tracking onto Appleton Avenue. That issue has been addressed, at least to satisfaction at this point, by the continued sweeping of the mud and the stone from the roads when it happens, usually when it's a rain event. And also, and maybe more importantly, the construction of the asphalt driveway at the main entryway in and out of the property. It's an extensive area that's been paved. I think the pavement was completed just this last week. So I don't think we've had any rains then. So we don't know, but I'm sure that'll help address that particular issue. So at this point, there's really no action required or that's recommended by staff concerning the conditional use permit. We're working with Mr. Sieben on the zoning permit for the temporary sales office. Plan Commission can discuss that visual buffer, the use of the metal panels, and we're conducting the 1-year review this evening. So with that, I would point out Matt Sieben is here, and I know, Matt, you have some things you want to say before we go to public hearing.
So last time I was in front of the commission, the was first, and then I had an opportunity to speak after.
Sure.
Prepared a quick statement for the Plan Commission for my neighbors. 2.5 years ago, I presented a plan asking for the opportunity to run my landscape company, as well as a landscape supply company at our farm we call TLC Acres. As we sit here 2.5 years later, the landscape of the world looks a lot different. I've been very fortunate that through the pandemic, I have not had to lay off any of my employees. My wife and I have been blessed with an amazing team that works every day to make TLC a great place. When we applied for our conditional use permit 2.5 years ago, it was in this very room where a contingent of my neighbors, many of who are here tonight, opposed TLC Acres. I provided a plan and was asked questions by this commission about my business and its operation. Ultimately, the permit was approved. Through this process, it was made clear by both this commission as well as my neighbors, we must follow the rules set forth by this commission. For the past 2.5 years, since the permit was issued, I made it clear to my entire team that these rules are to be followed. Yeah. For the past 2 years, since this permit was issued, I made it very clear to my entire team that these rules were to be followed. To the best of our ability and knowledge, we did follow those rules as they were set forth. Over the past 2.5 years, I have received 3 documented complaints from the public about my farm. Let me say that again. I've received 3 documented complaints in 2.5 years about my farm. Earlier this May, Phil Hudson, District 4 trustee, asked for an informational meeting so he could better understand our operation at TLC Acres. I invited him out to the farm and we took a tour, which allowed him to ask questions. I reached out to Phil again this morning just to confirm if there were any complaints or issues following our meeting that I was not aware of. He confirmed that there were none. Only 3 documented complaints over 2.5 years is a testament to my team that runs the farm. As I sat and listened to my neighbors speak over the years, excuse me, I wrote this as if I was speaking after. It's become clear through the email, through the grapevine, that the issue is not with my landscaping operation and it's not with my landscape supply company. It's with the construction of tier number 2. They were told it was to be completed months ago. As I mentioned earlier, the world has changed over the past 2.5 years. Construction is slowed, and with that, so is the material that we use to construct our tier. This farmland is important to me, and I will not accept material where we do not know its origin. This is where the delay stems from. I would love to give you a completion date, but I just cannot do it at this time. I can assure you that the size of the tier has not changed since we met 2.5 years ago. While not everyone agrees with the building of this tier, it is within my rights as the landowner to do so. However, after listening to my neighbors' concerns, I have worked hard to reduce the impact on them. I have installed white noise backup alarms on all of my owned equipment. The truck drivers have rules that they are verbally given, as well as signage reminding them to only use their vibrators or slam their gates when absolutely necessary. And the driveway has recently been paved in an effort to mitigate my footprint on the surrounding area. It is these efforts, along with continued vigilance from my team, that has kept our complaints to 3 in the past 2 years. I've worked hard to open lines of communication with my neighbors. An example of this communication, which would be with my neighbor Ton Steinbeck, who I believe is here tonight. Over the past 2.5 years, we carried on a dialogue where he will let me know if he feels there are any issues going on up on our construction site. Keep in mind, his home is less than 500 yards from where we are working. If there's anybody who should have a problem with what we're doing, it would be Tom. If he comes to me with an issue, he knows that I will do my best to address it. I look forward to being a productive member in Germantown for many years to come, and I'll be happy to take any questions that you guys have for me.
Any questions at this time? Trustee Ball.
What are the hours of operations for these trucks that are filling tier 2?
Can't tell you off the top of my head, but what I can tell you is that we do not operate outside of those hours. They would be the hours that Germantown sets forth for any construction, whether it be building a house or whatever. Those are the rules that we follow.
Jeff, what are the hours of operation that are allowed?
I don't have them off the top.
The only restrictions we have on construction is essentially related to noise, and that's restricted between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Okay, we're not at a point for discussion, but thank you.
I can assure you that I don't bring trucks in any earlier than maybe 7, maybe in a rare occasion. It's usually 8 a.m. and not typically after 6 p.m.
I believe the complaints that I've heard are evening disturbance. Nobody can sit on their porch in the evenings. Nobody can sit on their porch on weekends without listening to all the banging and beeping of trucks. So it's evening and weekends that I know about.
With all due respect, I would ask, I don't have that complaint. I can address what's written, or I can address what's brought to me.
I'm not your trustee.
Okay.
So It's just coming to me from other meetings I've been at.
Okay.
So
I just,
if I'm the first one telling you, sorry, I'm the first one telling you. But
okay,
This is what I've been hearing.
okay. Yes.
The neighbor you mentioned, Tom, 500 yards, which home is he on that map?
There's no other questions. Mr. Seaborn, you can sit down and then we'll have the public hearing. I do have a question for Planner Retzloff, though. The public hearing is on the conditional use permit, which basically outlines the hours and description of operation for the landscaping business and the storing of vehicles, correct? Not for the fill or the creation of tiers.
That's correct. But they're so interwoven,
Mm-hmm.
you know, on the property. I think the expectation, at least from ours, was that we're going to hear comments this evening about that.
We are, and I'm sure we will. But is it, when we're looking at what the public hearing is listed as and what the public hearing is listed as part of the conditional use, is it, I mean, it will hear it absolutely, but is it relevant against the operation of the public hearing and what it outlines?
I would say no. If it's strictly about the tiering, the filling, the grading, the dust, the noise associated with that.
Which you've listed as the right of the operation based on his zoning.
Well, it's allowed, frankly, anybody with a piece of property can do some grading and filling to a point, subject to whatever regulations might apply, flooding, floodplain, wetland zoning, things of that nature, provided they get, if necessary, if it's required based on the amount or the type of grading and filling, an erosion control permit, which Mr. Sieben has obtained.
Okay. All right, then I'll open this public hearing by hereby stating, a notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held before the Village of Germantown Plan Commission at the Germantown Village Hall and also virtually through WebEx on Monday, November 8th at 6:30 PM or later. The purpose of said hearing is to receive comments regarding the landscape services business, nursery product sales, and commercial vehicle storage conducted by TLC Acres LLC on the property described below pursuant to the requirements of additional use permit number 08-19. The property owner is Matthew and Amy Sieben, agent for TLC Acres LLC, and the property address is W210 North 10738 Appleton Avenue. Before I ask for members of the audience to come forward to speak for or against, I do have several communications that I received in regards to this new business item. First one comes from Sarah Bajorski. Hello, I'm a resident on Oak Lane, Germantown. I am a supporter and cheerleader of local small business, one that does not impede or disturb the residential nature of the neighborhood. TLC Landscape continues to be a hub of dump truck hauling, noise pollution, dirt, rocks, mud, creating a terrible nuisance to the local community. I have communicated by phone and through email and hard copy letter to the trustees on this matter multiple times. As of November 5th, nothing has changed. As I sit here at my home office desk, I hear trucks in the TLC landscape field and the banging of the metal from the dump unloading. There is such a disruptive vibration that the trucks make. It's as if it's shaking the entire neighborhood. This situation is unbelievable, and I don't understand why this has been allowed to continue. My home is tucked into the subdivision across from TLC. I've seen large clouds of dust hanging close to homes that are directly across from TLC during the day. No one should have to deal with that in their homes. A few Germantown Village trustees have mentioned that they have driven past or that they will make the trip over to get a feel for what is going on at TLC Landscape. The key word here is drive past, visit, or make a trip. The residents of our area live here. This doesn't go away for us. Even the owner of TLC gets a break at the end of each day from all the truck noise, dirt, and mud that pollutes the air and makes the roadway unsafe to traverse over. The owner gets to be away from the southbound turn lane on Appleton Avenue that has been destroyed from the dump trucks leaving their property. For those that don't know, TLC has a large sign with orange flags on the property that specifically instructs the truck drivers to utilize the turn lane into my neighborhood to clean their tires before heading further south on Appleton Avenue. Still, rogue dump trucks are seen scooting through using Oak Lane as their shortcut. On a daily basis, when I travel south on Appleton Avenue and need to utilize that turn lane to get home, my vehicle is constantly struck with rocks from TLC. It has been so unsafe to use the turn lane on wet and rainy days to the mud caking and creating a layer of mud mixed with rocks from TLC landscape. At night, the turn lane road lines are barely visible due to the damage the dump trucks have caused. Summer recently ended. This year was summer number 3 of their 2-week project, and it continues. When will it end? When will Germantown representatives take residents seriously when we say no to industrial projects and stop providing conditional use permits that residents have clearly opposed? As leaders of our community, you are losing our trust. We trusted that when it was a proposed 2-week project, that we would all get through it. Now 3 summers, yes, 3 summers and then some, has passed that 2-week project timeframe. I feel lied to. I implore you to eliminate the conditional use permit for TLC Landscape. Their operations are impeding the quiet, clean, and safe nature that we once had. We have noise and dirt pollution from TLC Landscape that was not here since I moved to Germantown in 2007, and it is disgusting. With the change in the nature of TLC Landscape business operations and the noise and environmental pollution they cause, the level of comfort in my own home and this Germantown neighborhood is diminished. Put yourself in the shoes of the residents that do not get a break from TLC Landscape operations. We live here and want the conditional use permit to be rescinded. It is past time. And that's from Sarah Bajorski, who's a resident on Oak Lane, which is North 105 West 21151 on Oak Lane. The second communication I received was forwarded to me from a trustee of the 4th District, Phil Hudson, and it says, "Attention Plan Commissioners, although from outward appearances TLC looks to be a better business than a year ago, it's still not a good neighbor to nearby homes on Appleton Avenue and residences on Oak and Park Hill Lanes. The quality of life for homeowners has deteriorated due to the very loud truck noises. The southbound lane turning into Oak Lane is never really clean, and it does not seem to be a priority for TLC. Yes, some cleaning is done periodically, but with little effort to completely get rid of debris and dirt. I avoid this turning lane because I have picked up a nail in my tires twice. Who is ever going to supervise this abuse when the permits are granted? Is this something we just have to live with because of this business? Surely we are entitled to more consideration for the taxes we pay." And that's from Bobby Seward, located at North 105 West 21005 Oak Lane. Those are the 2 communications that have been forwarded to me in regards to tonight's public hearing. Is there anyone within the audience that would like to come forward to speak for or against the conditional use permit for TLC Acres? I would ask you come to the podium and state your name and your address for the record. Is there anyone wishing to come forward? Hi.
It's Linda Arnold, and I across the street, TLC. Um, my comments are, first of so talk to some neighbors, maybe just the ones. That's my second point is the complaints. 2.5 years. However, I knew, so I did not feel I needed to make an additional complaint. Third, that asphalt driveway was put in just a little. So I don't think that we really have a good idea of whether that mud and dirt situation has settled. sometimes it gets to the point where it's actually a cloud of dust that over that. And that's kind of frustrating. Simple thing, I get my car washed and when I drive home, my car's full. So I look forward to having good relationships with TLC, but I that maybe you have a lot of, not everybody is sending. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward this time to speak for or against the conditional use permit for TLC Acres? Yes, sir.
Problem. I live across the road from TLC.
We have your address, please?
Yes, West 209, 89 Lane,
Thank-
second house in.
Thank you.
I have very little complaint. I don't like the truck noise any more than the next person. But in order to get to that tier, run his business, he needs to have that done. Now, as far as the dust and that, you're gonna live with that because of the trucking until it's finished. Done a great deal to make that place look like something. I lived out there since 1971. And it used to be a swamp hole. It flooded every time it rained. Now he's landscaped it out. He's got grass. He's got trees. He's doing a good job, I think. I think he should.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the conditional use permit? Thank you.
My name is Tanya Cap. I live directly across the street. See my yard and my driveway. I spoke at a meeting a while back before the initial permit was granted. And I didn't speak at the meeting of the permit like this one because I had gone to a meeting and we had talked about what was coming and I thought things were going to improve a lot more than the timeline long passed and there was no slowing down during the pandemic. The amount of trucks and traffic and deliveries and not just the dirt, but the other vehicles, the amount of traffic just to that place alone is so significant. And that hasn't done anything but just gone up. So it does make me rather nervous to speak on this. So I'll just say that I'm kind of shaky. During the pandemic, people were at home. I lost a business. I am currently trying to have enough money to go bankrupt. Things are difficult for many people. 3 weeks ago, my partner's mother died of COVID, so it's pretty serious for us. And I could be at home going through the grieving process with her, but I'm here because it's a significant issue to live across the street from this place. And maybe you haven't gotten in an official capacity, but we've been making them. I communicated to you guys directly about the light that was supposed to be on the flagpole, but it was shining directly into our houses like a high beam. Now it's a small, low beam, it's tolerable, but it's still not shining up at the flag, which is where it should be. The nonstop traffic has resulted in numerous accidents. We've witnessed a couple of them. The trailers pulling in, people don't see them because they're coming around the corner or down the hill. The ones when they're turning left into the place. There have been numerous times where the mailboxes are knocked over and things are crashed into. I find the pieces of those cars in my driveway and on my mailbox, and it's, it's a thing, sure. The dust is sometimes so bad that if I'm in my front yard, like mowing the lawn, I have to put a bandana over my face so I can breathe while I mow. And the paved area that just happened, it's so small. The area behind there that the trucks are traveling on is a giant dust bowl. If you look at the satellite view pictures of the place over the years, it's gone from green to dust, and it's just dirt. And it in one place it looks like there's a circle dust bowl, like doesn't look like that, and the view from the road, it's a construction site. I mean, it's a porta potty and a trailer, and it's gigantic, albeit not permanent structures. They're giant, and it's all you see is, it's not pleasant. It's not a nursery. It seems the nursery is an afterthought, and the construction company and the snow removal company are the main points. So that brings up the topic of the hours. The hours that workers are coming could be well before the hours of operation of place. So those hours that you said that there's not trucks coming in before 7 or something like that, that's not true. We've had, my partner called when there was a road cleaning roller before the sun came up. And they said on the phone, we called you guys because we didn't want to call you guys. We're trying to deal with it directly. I don't like to complain. I don't like to complain at all. I don't want to be here, actually. But, when that happened, the person on the phone said, what do you want me to do about it? And my partner said, start later. It was before the sun came up. It was before 6 in the morning. And then after she said that, they said, well, we're almost done anyway. So it's just, there's not a politeness in dealing with complaints. So it's not pleasant anywhere that we're looking at. So recently there was a pretty giant fire there, and I was in the backyard, and I don't care about fires. I have fires all the time. I love fires. I have a fire pit, I have a fire barrel, I have a fire burning thing in my small buildings. Problem was that I was in my backyard, which, as you can see, football field away. 500 yards is 5 football fields away. I'm right there, but still, that's a pretty great distance to have ash raining down on me. And I have a video that I took because I was rather shocked at what was happening, and I followed and walked forward to my driveway, and I have ash landing in my hand. And so I called and said, is there a fire in the area, and what is going on? I have ash raining down on me. And they said, well, we'll check into it. And then I saw them come over by you guys, the police go over there, and they were there for a while. I don't know what went on with that. I just know that can't be normal. I don't want to have ash raining down over my entire property. That seems weird. As it gets to winter, there's a lot of headlights coming out. Live across the street from there. It's right into your house. And, that's been something that we've talked about in the past, and I ran by you, and for the most part, it was lessened, but it's still an issue, and I don't want to have to make official complaints that you say you only got 3 complaints. That's a big thing for you. Well, then I'll make official complaints every time these things happen. I don't think anybody here wants an official complaint every single day. So then there's a thing of what's in front of the place. So there can be trucks for sale, cars for sale, lawn equipment for sale. And it makes a person wonder, what are the businesses here? As we get into winter, there's a big issue with the snow removal company, as they have a giant sign out front hiring for snow removal workers. that gives them, in their mind, because we have again called when this was happening in the past, any hour of the night or day, it can snow. So in their minds, they can do whatever they want, bringing in trailers full of equipment, people coming to work, pulling trailers of equipment out to go to places to take care of the snow removal. That's not a nursery. That's a separate business. So the snow removal business causes a great deal of traffic and noise at any hour of the night or day. There's never a time when you can sleep if it's in the winter and it happens to snow. And back in the day, there used to be 7 days a week of trucks and dirt coming in all hours nonstop until we complained, and that cut down. And now it doesn't happen on Sundays, but they still get deliveries. There's still trucks coming in. And like last night, it was, 8:30 at night, and they still had deliveries and a semi full of stuff coming in. And it's like, it's just Sunday. We just would like to have like one day. It was a nice day. Want to be able to appreciate our places, and just one time, could we have just the sound of growing plants? Be great. So if there's a timeline, some sort of hours that can be kept, there's some sort of amount of traffic that's maybe some signs at the top of the hill saying trucks entering and leaving the highway, because again, we've seen numerous accidents. And I have plenty of things I have pieces of mirrors on my porch right now because I just pulled them in and I hadn't thrown them in the garbage yet. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. So absolutely, having been previously an owner of 2 businesses, I owned a record store on the east side of Milwaukee from 1998 to 2000. I owned a store on Main Street in Menominee Falls last year, and I lost that due to not only the pandemic, but a water backup in the building that the landlord did not do the appropriate things, and I could have sued, but it would be such a small amount that it doesn't matter. So I understand being in business, and I want you to be successful, but I want you to get along with the neighbors, and I want it to not be a nuisance to live across the street from you. It's just not working right now. And I don't know how much of that applies to this conditional use permit, but I know it needs to be said.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the conditional use permit?
I live directly across from TLC, so there's no one more affected than me.
Your address, please?
W210 and 10743, Appleton Avenue, Germantown.
Thank you.
I know that they said there's only 3 complaints, but I did talk to Dennis a few different times. He knows it. That may not have been an official one, and maybe I went the wrong route. I thought I'd talk to him because he gave me his business card and said he would listen and talk. So he has addressed some of these things I heard. I mean, thing is, this has started years ago, like you said. Truly, I had no intention of speaking, but it is true. He told me himself, 124 trucks a day. Can you imagine that across from your home? Dump trucks, big trucks. My mailbox goes down literally 3 times a year, minimally 3 times a year. I have a standalone mailbox that I bring out all the time. That just not even a month and a half ago, somebody was trying to turn into his driveway, and it wasn't even a truck, it was a car. And somebody took my ditch, took out my antique family heirloom sign, and he came up to my door and said, I took out your mailbox. I go, no, you didn't. My mailbox is the one thing standing yet. They're taking out things. His truck was $800 of damage. We had a death on that corner already. And it's a dangerous area. I mean, it just really is. All the trucks coming and going. The dust was bad. He did pave it, so we don't know how that's going to be with the new paving. The hours are crazy. I work remote from home right now, and I'm telling you, the noise, every time I like jump and I'm like, oh my God, who's here? What happened? Because it's that loud that in my home with all my windows shut, I can still hear all that pounding noise. And they say that the people adjacent, like the 500 feet, I'm not 500 feet, I'm directly across. So every 124 trucks that come by, I hear them every single day. And I can hear them dumping. I can hear, and I'm like, oh, garbage men are here. Oh, truck came in. I can hear that literally every day. And the hours of operation are all over the place, especially with the snow removal. At least with the landscape, the business hours may be 9 to 5 or whatever, but those workers are there as early as 5 a.m. easily. And I'll go out and take my garbage out when it's dark out and they're there already working. Not every day, but quite a few days. And they work till lots of times at night, very late at night. So I've had my share. I mean, I've lived there my whole entire life. So I know what it was nice when it was before, when Dick Yerski owned it and it was quiet and it's just trees growing. And I don't mind. I want him to succeed, but kind of minimize the hours. And I was told that this tier 1, 2, and 3 should have been done by now almost. And if it's not done in 2.5 years and you're only on tier 2, I can't imagine how many more years this is going to take to get to the end. At least if you had an end site, you'd know it's ending in a year or ending soon. But this is going on years and years, and you're only at tier 2 and not even close to being done. So this is many more years I see as being really awful. It's not fun to live across the street. It used to be a beautiful neighborhood. You used to sit outside in picnic tables, and now it's just dust, dirt, awfulness. Watch your car, the next minute it's dirty again. It's pretty ridiculous. And my mailboxes I've gone through hundreds of, I think, over the years. I mean, I've been there all my life. But that corner, we've even called Washington County. Can you get rumble strips? Can you do something? Nobody will do anything about it. But it's a dangerous corner. It really is. And coming from 5 a.m. till God knows what time at night with snow removal, that's 2 in the morning sometimes. You can hear it. I mean, I'm directly across. My windows face him. So any lights coming in, always in my windows. So I understand I want the business to succeed, but there's got to be some more rules or regulations, or maybe keep it more nursery than it is construction. Because right now it feels more like a construction company than a nursery. Nurseries don't make a lot of noise usually. So and I didn't officially do it, but I did talk to Dennis a few different times, and he'd say it's coming to an end, but it's not really, because it's taking time, too much time actually. But these are just my comments. Hope I didn't go on too long.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the conditional use permit? Anyone else wishing to come forward? Yes, sir.
It's Tom Steinbach. Top Drive at W09. And I'm the resident. Tonight. So my wife and I are impacted. So to address Matt's with me, probably a dozen. He knows how badly I also want this. So I guess it is a quality of life issue. It definitely is. I get it. Things happen around us that we don't have. Landowners have certain rights to do what they are allowed to do. However, those rights do not impact other. So Matt and I have talked many times, as I mentioned, and I think he's been responsive. But what concerns me is that this conditional use. We were told at a meeting at the library in 2019 that this project will be over. Going into 2022. also met with president, zoning administrator at a meeting in 2018, December of 2018. We talked about noise issues, how vague and how fuzzy noise ordinances are. It's a problem for the village, not only here, but in other areas, to try to address noise. This is something that the village really needs to tackle, start to address, because we can't just throw up our hands and say, well, we really don't have a way to. I think we need to get on top of that. There are ways to measure noise. The planning commission should agenda that in the future to address that, because this is going to come up again. So I would hope that you'd be looking. So again, Matt has walked my property. He has vowed to talk to the truckers. Said tonight, he has talked to the truckers about slamming their tailgates, vibratory machinery on the trucks, saying that it's only to be used if necessary. I appreciate that, but I also know that certain truckers, as soon as he's off site or nobody is around. So I'm not saying that we should revoke Matt's conditional use permit. I would just like to see some timeframes of when this is finally going to be over. How is that? Just doing that today. And maybe we can put some more teeth into this vibration issue, because I'll tell you, bedrock out there, and vibrations move through that bedrock very easily and very quickly. I'll start seeing more drywall and stuff like that. So again, I'm not saying we should revoke his permit. Got a business, let's get it done. But maybe we can put some controls on this vibratory issue. Slamming the. Personally, I don't have the mud issues, so, but I think that is a big impact. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I think Matt has tried to be a good neighbor, but it's a type of operation that's really cover all the bases. It's decent control.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the conditional use permit? Coming forward as a trustee or as a resident?
Evening. The only thing I want to address this evening to the committee is in regard to the signs that was talked about. A year ago, I actually got a hold of the Washington County who was responsible for Appleton Avenue. I addressed them in regard to Matt's business, another business going north, where that's even worse as far as getting in and out, especially with trailers. So he directed me to a person with the state of Wisconsin, DOT. I had them go out and they put signs up letting people know that are coming from north to south, because the other way is open, they can actually see trailers or whatever I say. But the other ones also on both addresses. So that should actually take care of those situations. But here again, it's just like anything else, it's speed limit sign. People don't pay attention to it, it doesn't. To use it there.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward as part of the public hearing to speak for or against the conditional use permit? Anyone wishing to come forward to speak for or against? Last time, is there anyone that wishes to come forward to speak for or against the conditional use permit? And this public hearing is now closed. Commissioners? Trustee Baum?
Okay, so what are we and are we not allowed to talk about with this item? subject to our purview tonight. Allowed to talk about the noise? Am I allowed to talk about the hours or not?
Yes, to both.
Okay.
I think frankly, question that I think we need to ask of Matt to help sort of set the table a little bit is whether or not any dumping or noise, truck banging of, associated with the dumping, is that in any way associated with the landscaping operation, or is it just the tier construction? And the next question would be, if it's just the tier construction, then when the tier is done, then the noise and the dust, would that go away?
Okay.
But I think to answer your question, there's it's clearly from the comments that were made, there are trucks associated with the landscaping, the hardscape construction operation that are going to and from the site, and presumably, apparently, creating very dusty situation for the neighborhood. That's related to the operations that are permitted under the conditional use permit. The hours of operation, the conditional use permit was issued based on the application that was submitted, that had specific days and hours of operation listed. For example, the retail sale of nursery products not raised on the property, in the application was proposed to occur, the general hours of operation, April 1 through November 1, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Sundays. So, and there's also hours listed for the total lawn care days and hours of operation. That would be the landscape maintenance and construction business, was presented to us as total lawn care, TLC hardscapes, TLC athletic fields. Those hours and days were March 15th through December 1st, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday through Saturday for on-site indoor shop employees, 7:15 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday through Saturday for field laborers. And the last component or operation of the four is the snow management, and that the hours and days were listed as November 1 through April 1st, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday through Saturday for on-site indoor shop employees, and unspecified days and hours for off-site location employees, because of the workers come to the site and at all hours of the day and leave the site with the plowing equipment.
So, first off, tier number 2, Mr. Zabin. What?
Mr. Sieben?
Sieben, I'm sorry. Mr. Sieben, how deep is the fill of this tier? How many feet?
Guessing I do have, I hired Quam Engineering to do a topo for your engineering copy of it. If I had to guess, I would say 20 feet.
We're raising the grade in the entire pink area 20 feet.
Not the entire area, as it drops off, maybe. Elevation drops between Appleton Avenue and Hilltop.
Yeah.
I don't know if it drops maybe 40, I'm totally guessing here, maybe 40 feet. And
It-
so
It would appear that you are trying to raise the grade of the pink area to be the same elevation as the green area. Is that the case?
it's a couple of feet lower.
Couple of feet lower.
It's on, I have a topo that's done by Quam.
Okay.
Engineering has.
My understanding when this originally came forward was that you were taking the cast-offs from the rebuild of Appleton Avenue and delivering them here to,
That was tier 1. Michael's corporation did that for me.
okay. I really had no idea that we were trying to fill 20 feet of depth. I thought we were doing something 4 or 5 feet over the entire area. But if we're trying to fill this entire area 20 feet deep, you're a third of the way through that. It's gonna take you another 3 years to get through this. Is that
I'm not a
realistic?
third. We don't have that much more to go. We haven't had 100 trucks on our land but 2 times this year.
I'm just looking at the satellite image that I have
Yeah,
on my phone, and it is.
we're not that far off. In fact, we planted our first 2-ish acres into Homo a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
We're not. Tell me how many trucks I'm gonna get, and I can tell you when we're gonna get done. I stand here in front of my neighbors and everyone looking like the fool because 2.5 years ago, as a green property owner, I had a great idea. And now I've got an engineering firm involved and I've got a lot of dollars invested into this. And I'm learning, putting it back together. It's my land. It's a huge investment for me. It's got to be done right.
What have you asked Quam Engineering to do for you?
So far, they've completed a completed topo for what the completed tier 2 will look like.
Yes.
We have an actual survey of tier 1. We have all of the wetlands delineated on the property. And then this meeting was proposed. And so I stopped them from doing any more because I've already got a lot of money into their mission or their job to me, or what I instructed them to do was to help me find at this point the greatest and best use of how we can build this nursery out in the way that I want to farm it. And that's where I'm at with them right now.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
I'm not
But-
sure I understand what that means.
Okay, so the pink area on this plan, which seems to be the problem, I am trying to understand how long it is going to take to finish filling that in. And if you have a civil engineer that has the ability to define what is there today, and I assume he's put a plan together of where you want to be.
The finished topo is done, yes. And
Okay.
I believe the calcs for the loads are all in there as well.
And how many cubic yards, cubic acres?
I don't have that with me tonight. I have people that work with me that understand that better than I do.
Okay,
That wasn't why we were here, so I don't have the answers for you. I'm be happy to email you or get them to you.
okay. I would suggest you get them to our Director of Development, Mr. Retzloff. Because it really goes to tell us how long it's gonna take and how long we have to endure this. If I've got, 1,000,000 cubic yards to move yet, that is going to be X number of trucks. X number of trucks over so many trucks per day gives us a time frame. I think that's what some of these residents are looking for, is how long do I have to endure this?
And again, as I stand before you and them today, I admit that I said this was going to take, it wasn't 2 weeks, as it said in the email. I believe it was going to take a few months and this was going to be done.
Yeah.
I think Tom, it's in his backyard. I know he's not in the front, but they're dumped in his backyard. He can tell you that the activity or the times when we've had 100 trucks on our property this year can count on one hand.
Yeah.
I used to have 150 a day.
Yeah.
When we were in our height. So if I could get 150 trucks a day, this thing would be done quick.
And I remember when this came before us, it wasn't 2 weeks. I know it wasn't 2 weeks, but it also wasn't 2 years.
No.
It was at most a year is what
And as I stand here too, like, this wasn't my plan.
Mhm.
I didn't plan for that. I didn't plan to have this done this way.
Yep.
It's where I'm at. And as Tom said, it's a tough scenario. I have to balance owning a business, having a piece of property, trying to do my best due diligence for my neighbors.
Right.
It's a tough line to walk, believe me, and it's
It
not
is.
a fun line to walk.
It is, but I'm in the construction market. I'm an architect, so I'm on the job sites all the time. You are never going to get a truck driver to not,
We're
no
actually,
matter how many signs you put up?
We're pretty good at it. Our operator we've thrown trucks off our site for doing it before.
But they're
And-
still
and
doing it.
Again,
They're still doing it. And can you limit the hours that they're driving these trucks in?
those dump trucks do not come in after 6 PM at night. We had maybe 2 or 3 Saturdays all summer that those trucks were on that land this year. As far as the hours go, we don't have truck after truck after truck. I was at my farm last night at 6:30. I had a truck and a trailer home to do my own fall cleanup after the Packer game. I drove it home. It was dark. I drove out. I mean,
So putting a limitation on that there will be no trucks dumping in the pink zone after 6 o'clock at night or on Saturdays and Sundays? Is that realistic? These people want to enjoy their yards.
I understand that. If I have the opportunity to bring in the material to finish the job, I mean, as long as I'm within, sure,
Is it? Can
sure. And then if, it could just take longer, and it's not that often that if we say not after 6 at night, no Saturdays or Saturdays until noon, great. But that's not going to make everybody happy.
I'm trying to make most of the people happy.
Okay.
I can't make you happy. I can't make them happy. I can't make everybody happy. All I can do is understand what the issues are and what we can and cannot control. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
I understand.
And if we told them, look, it's going to be 7 days a week for the next 4 months, not outside in the dead of winter, maybe they can tolerate it. But if it's going to be 7 days a week for another 2 years,
We don't ever haul in on Sundays. I'm just saying,
I don't know.
and we work with 2 major companies, Vite Excavation and New Berlin Grading. Those are the 2 big companies that we work with. When they call, they're going to say, we have 6 dump trucks on today. We're going to haul in by you. Okay, we make sure we monitor it. I haven't heard from Vite in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
And then I could hear from them tomorrow and they'll say they have 15 trucks on for a day. That's construction. That's the way it is,
And if it was limited to construction hours,
which it is.
then the people could enjoy their yards in the evenings. But that's not what I'm hearing. And I don't know if everybody is now working from home still, and if these people are just the ones that stay home, or is it the
No.
people who come home at night and they still have to listen to it at night?
No, I think honestly what it is, and I recognize the faces of my neighbors from across the street. And besides Tom, and I don't know if I think Jerry's here tonight too, my next door neighbor. They all have my phone number, and I've asked to reach out to me personally, to call my guys, to call whatever, but that I can see is incredibly annoying. But it's not at the odd hours. It's not at the off hours. It's just not. I don't staff my shop at those hours. I don't have staff on to be at the fill site. We have cameras that monitor every single load that comes in and out. It doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen.
Who's driving a sweeper dark 30 in the morning?
Nobody was.
No, we can't, sorry.
We aren't operating equipment. I have one mechanic who comes in at 5 in the morning and works inside.
So somebody is what I heard. Somebody was doing it.
I can't speak to it if I don't know if someone would text me or give me a call and say, hey, someone was sweeping the road at 5:30 this morning, I could nip it in the bud. I don't believe that happened. If it did, I apologize. I need to know, and I can give my number out again, and I will invite anybody to come in and talk to Mike, who runs my farm, myself, and we'll try to work through whatever issue it is.
I don't think the farm is the issue.
I think, well, and I don't want to interrupt you or your line of questioning, but my question is, based on the complaints that we've heard, which have been dirt and mud in the road,
Yep.
constant dust and constant noise, out of the business that is part of the conditional use permit versus the fill, what percentage contributes to each? Would you say it's 60% the fill, 40% your business, mostly the fill, 20% your business for the dust, the dirt, and the noise? I mean, how do we break it?
100% of the frustration is from the fill. But is there a time when a truck will drive in, a truck meaning a pickup truck with an enclosed trailer, or if guys were working late and they pull in after 8 o'clock at night with a truck to grab their personal car and go home? That does happen, yes. And I think if it was limited to that without the extra traffic, I don't think there would be an issue. I think it compounds on top of itself. And I understand, but I'm stuck in the middle here. I have to finish this project.
I would agree with you because I deal with several other landscaping companies in this village. And they do the snow removal as well. And yes, they come and go in the middle of the night for that purpose. People can expect that it snows twice, 3 times a month. They can understand that and be disturbed 1, 2, 3 times a month. I live out in the country. They combine at 3 in the morning in my neighborhood. So I'm woken up twice a year with combines. People can be tolerant of that. I think you've lost the tolerance with the
The
filling.
fill.
Yeah.
1,000% correct.
Yeah. So I'll take a break for a moment, let anybody else.
Commissioners?
I had a question about the erosion control permit. Is that open for an indefinite period of time? Is there one from the village that kind of checks to make sure that all the standards in that permit are being met?
Yes, the village engineer Eli Brula was out there. In fact, he was out there today to follow up, to report that the site is in compliance with the erosion control permit. He's been the one for the last year or so who's been responsible for site visits, and he's been out there a few times occasionally. I don't know exactly when. He does not report to me, but I know that he's been out there and he's followed up with the erosion control permit site inspections.
This might not be a question you can answer either, Jeff, but with that permit, is there like a plan for like the final grading? And the thing I'm wondering is if you know what it's going to look like in the end, you should be able to calculate where you are now and how much volume you still need, and then how many truckloads you need to finish.
We have all of that.
Plan.
Right,
Yeah.
and Matt indicated that he's got a topographic survey that's been done to support the tier completion, and I believe that's part of the permit. The missing factor in all of that is, yes, you can calculate how many more loads are required, but it's the fact that Matt isn't bringing in a fixed number every day. And you're relying, I believe it's free fill, right? It's a free fill site. So whenever it's available is when it comes, and it could be one truck a day, it could be 125 trucks a day. So even though we know how many it's going to take to complete the site, we don't know on any given day how many trucks are actually going to be coming in.
But it might help just to know, hey, there's 1,000 more truckloads that would complete this, or who knows what the number is. But,
I agree with you. I mean, I'm sure the number can be calculated.
Oh, are you looking for like a thermometer out there that starts to count them off like you do for
Oh, a tick
fundraising?
for every truckload, and
At least it would show a track of where we're at. Mr. Leshevsky.
I guess maybe I missed it or not. Is there a tier 3 after tier 2?
No,
No, there's just the two, right?
it's just the two. Yeah, it's the pink area.
Because the ground is unsuitable for it, or?
At this time, that's a huge project, and I need to get this project done so I can get this over with. Like I said, at this time, I've got Quam working on where are we going from here? And it's gonna lead me. I've got to get this tier 2 done.
And I guess, I know, Jeff, you just pointed out you don't know when the loads are coming in, but just based on what you know, I mean, are we looking at the end of next summer? the end of this fall. I mean, you know, you've been 2 years of progress. So you have some idea, are we 60%, 70? I'm just trying to get some rough approximation.
I mean, I fear standing up here and because
I don't
if
need
I'm wrong, then
date.
I'm wrong again.
Right, but
We haven't had 200 trucks in the last month. There's a lot more than 200, there's several thousand loads that need to go in. We're bringing it in 150 a day. When we started, it would go really quick. But on the same token, I think traffic given last year over this year over the previous year has gone significantly down because there just hasn't been it's kind of been a stalemate.
So, but once they dump the load, is there then construction that starts to level it off? And is that the reason for the dust, that there's constant work back and forth and compaction and everything else that's still occurring after a truckload has been dumped?
I think the dust is a result of it just being an open table. Everything is inside the erosion control fence, and there's a lot of dirt that's open, that's driven over. There's a lot of open dirt.
You're pushing it around to some degree as well, correct?
Correct. As it's driven over, that's what creates the dust. If there's no action on the site, unless it's a very windy day and it's very dry, I can see dust blowing. But what generates the dust are the trucks driving over it.
Do I remember this correctly? But wasn't there also an irrigation system put in at Tier 1?
Tier 1 does have an irrigation system. The dust does not come from Tier 1. Tier 1's got grass on it.
And that'll be a similar plan for Tier 2?
Yeah, we have 2 acres of Tier 2 already planted. It would be probably the most southern side of Tier 2. We just planted that no-mow grass about 2-3 weeks ago. That's what's going to happen to the rest of it as we proceed.
Question for the planner. So as we're looking forward to and looking at ways to approve or not approve the conditional use permit or discuss the conditional use permit, can we realistically put a limit of trucks that can dump in that area when there's based on its use and its zoning, a right to have that occur? Isn't it something that would be either contested or could go to BOZA, or our attorney could say, can't do that?
Not to my knowledge. I've reached out to the village attorney and asked the question. Ultimately, can then the hours be regulated beyond the standard hours we currently have in the code that deal with noise, essentially that 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Under some sort of a nuisance action? And I haven't heard.
Okay.
I mean, clearly, let's take this to the worst case scenario that there's a nuisance complaint and it's investigated and it's the business is deemed to creating a nuisance for the neighborhood. Presumably at that point, we would get into some sort of negotiation with the property owner to discuss how to mitigate the nuisance.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm concerned. I mean, frankly, I've heard of the complaints about the mud tracking, but I haven't heard the extent of the complaints we received tonight from property owners. I don't know why, if somebody has a complaint, they're not filing it. I would make an open invitation to somebody to file an official complaint.
Complaining.
Consensus of those that are here that are residents that are affected by this is the consensus that most of the issues are caused by the fill and not so much by the businesses that run within that property. If you feel it's because of the fill, could you just raise your hands? Is it mostly because of the fill? How many feel it's because of the property and the businesses that are on there? But most of the traffic is from the trucks that come to fill. So if those are eliminated and the traffic of just the business is there, you still feel it's too much? Well, that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out, if it's mostly the complaint of the fill itself or just the traffic from the businesses that are there, because the conditional use permit deals with the businesses that are ran from the property. The fill portion is his right as a landowner based on the zoning. So if we're looking at trying to control one part or the other through the conditional use process, is it the control of the trucks that can come in and dump? Because there's already controls on the business part of the traffic. So if 125 trucks don't come there a day, that takes that traffic down by half? By 2/3? Right. But I know, the main complaints that I've heard tonight, and people that have addressed me, or have sent emails to me in regards to this business, have been, noise of the dump trucks, the banging and the vibration, the dirt that they drag onto the highway and the issues that it's causing there, and then, the hours of operation of the dumping. And I don't hear anything about, early AM snow removal trucks taking equipment out or any of that. So it seems to be mostly to the fill. So that's why my questions have been to the planner of what can we legally do to help limit that and at the same time resolve that. But knowing any limitations we put on it will also lengthen the schedule of delivery and the length of time it will take to fill that property. So it's a catch 22. I mean, either, if he could get as many trucks as he needed there within 4 days, he'd be done. But if I say, well, you can only bring trucks between 6 a.m. and call it 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, then it's going to take a little longer. So then that makes that stress to the neighborhood go longer. Yeah, it's probably a poor example as I stated it, but you kind of get the idea of what's happening. Okay.
Mr. President, if I could just jump in quick,
Great.
since Jeff is dragging my name through the mud. No, just kidding, Jeff. The bottom line on it is that I think in a lot of respects, Mr. Retzloff is absolutely correct that the lack of complaints is what puts us in a tough spot. I do think that we could, as part of a nuisance type action, look to seek to have some limits on the numbers or the hours or something like that. But at this point, it would be hard for us to establish that there is a nuisance sufficient to meet the requirements that a court would look at when they would decide whether a nuisance exists or not. And that's precisely because we just don't have the complaints. We don't know what's going on. And to have folks come in and say, oh, well, there were 68 times over the last 2 years that this was a problem, is helpful and interesting now, but it's hard for us then to vet and verify whether or not that's the case. Whereas if we get the complaints immediately, hey, they haven't swept the road. Okay, we can have somebody go out and we can take a look and check the road. They've got a lot of banging going on. There's a lot of trucks coming in and out. We can have somebody go in and take a look and see what's going on. And that helps us establish the kind of background that we would need in order to establish that. But with short of that, there's nothing that I'm aware of. I looked, for example, under the erosion control permit section of the code. The type type and conditions of traffic isn't something that it talks about us regulating. It does authorize us to regulate the sweeping and maintenance of the roads, obviously, which is done here, but I don't see that type of restriction here either. And so, not having the complaints on a regular basis does in some ways put us at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Okay, just so we establish complaints to whom? So if they're registering a complaint based on any of the things that you've outlined, who are they making it to so that everybody understands that in order for this to become a record, they have to be complaints to whom?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, any village employee is, well, I shouldn't say any, but the logical village employees would make sense. Obviously, a noise complaint on a weekend, for example,
Hold on, Brian.
Oh,
Turn back up.
Monitoring. All right, try it again, Brian. We started to lose you a little bit.
all right.
Okay,
So,
good.
so as I was saying, it's going to depend a little bit on the circumstances. So, for example, a noise complaint on a Saturday afternoon, calling Mr. Retzloff isn't going to do anything because he's not going to answer his phone. He's not working. A noise complaint on a weekend, that should be made with the police department. Likewise, if there's debris and sediment on the roadway on a weekend, that likewise can be made to the police department. We'll make sure that we coordinate with the police department that these complaints are being transferred to us so that we're aware of them, which they generally do a pretty good job of anyway. But we can certainly make sure that we do that in this case. During the
Complaints. They
what's
are
that?
non-emergency complaints.
Correct, non-emergency complaints.
Number.
During the week, things related to the erosion control, so not sweeping the roads, those types of things, that really is ultimately the engineering department's purview, and the complaint would be made there. And other just more general complaints about hours of operation, those types of things would go to Mr. Retzloff and his department. But obviously, staff works closely with each other, and so if you call Mr. Retzloff and say, hey, they're not sweeping the road, clearly he's going to pass that on to the engineering department for them to take a look at. But at this point, we're not getting any of that, and that puts us at a disadvantage.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that information. Commissioners.
I would, Mr. Sieben, I would recommend that you start putting together a plan, as it sounds like you're gonna have a lot of complaints coming forward. Is there a time frame that you can work with? Days of the week? What can we do to cut down the noise? The dust, every job site I work on has a watering truck that comes around and spreads water. The water is going to spread more mud on the road, but it's going to keep down the dust. So
We do use calcium chloride on the really bad days, but it's not really, it's a deterrent, but it doesn't.
One of the benefits of this public hearing is for you to hear directly, and for the people to come forward that have thought it's been addressed through one or several people to you, and now come forward and forth so that you understand exactly what it means to them and its impact to each.
else on that issue, or do we go on to the other topics on this one?
The only other thing that would be going forward would be we need to reapprove the conditional use permit.
No, that's not an action for this evening at all.
Okay. So do we fill then the what's listed under new business item B through the public hearing?
The one item that,
Review of the conditional use permit?
if you feel you've addressed the conditional use permit items satisfactorily, I mean, hours of operation were brought up. I did ask for some feedback on the visual screening.
Right.
So can you call up those photos again?
Computer.
In my belief, that was not our intent. Put a sea can in front of all the stuff you got back there. I thought we wanted a fence, we wanted a wall, we wanted a berm, we wanted landscaping. We wanted a whole bunch of other stuff, but a painted sea can was not one of them.
So in fairness, do have a berm with spruce trees on it along that property line. Rather than putting up a cedar fence to block that, it's in the middle of a crushed asphalt area. We would either put up that or a cedar fence. And we decided that having a matches the building would look better than a cedar fence. It does look better than a cedar fence. With Mr. Retzloff, when he took these pictures today, the bottom picture was, whatever, it was done quickly, but was taken from my parking lot, not from Appleton Avenue. So that's not necessarily a fair depiction of what's seen. I mean, it's close to it, but we do have a tree yard in front of that would be a block from Appleton. Just planted 29, 12 to 15 foot spruce trees along Appleton Avenue. And it's just our continuing way to try to continue to buffer and lighten our footprint. Yes, you really have to be there that sea can or container was meant to block the view on the side of the building. Jerry's property, as well as the Appleton Avenue between, as you look down, wasn't meant as the screen for the behind it. Screen for the behind it is out by Appleton Avenue. It's kind of not, but to Jeff's point, it still does need to get approved, and if to see more, we'll do more. Like to see, we'll take care of you.
I can, let me just read part of the condition number 5. The area leased to Total Lawn Care for purposes of parking and storage of vehicles and equipment shall be visually buffered in some manner from the residential properties to the north, west, and south. This requirement is not intended to require a complete opaque visual screen, but rather a buffer comprised of either landscape plantings and trees, fencing, berming, or a combination that lessens the impact of viewing commercial vehicles that are primarily used by and for the Total Lawn Care business and not the tree nursery. Having visited the site, the berm and the trees along the north property line, I think are satisfactory. The view from the west is hidden in large measure by the building. And as to Matt's point, if you were to stand on Appleton Avenue and look past the building on the backside towards this shipping container, you couldn't tell really that there's anything behind it. It looks just like the building. It's the view from the south that's sort of the difficult one. How far do you go to visually buffer without impeding the movement of his vehicles on his site? How high do you have to go in order to buffer the type of equipment and materials? You can see those two big whitish containers, I presume, are holding water or fertilizer or something. Water containers, I mean, those got to be 15 feet tall.
Had we addressed this 2 years ago, any plantings would have grown. Since we put the plantings in last week.
No, the plantings have been there a while.
The plantings were done with, I misunderstood what the condition was. I thought I needed to put in landscaping and a berm. I didn't understand that I needed to submit the plan that went with it. We just did the work, and then we actually submitted that paperwork at spring at some point. So.
Been approved?
No, not yet.
We're still working together on it.
And that's why I'm asking for feedback. I mean, what about this particular portion of the buffer visual screen?
If I step back to the road and I still see that, I'm troubled by it. It needs to be covered, it needs to be screened. The equipment, the trucks,
So would it help if I changed my site plan to have my farm equipment parked there and then my landscape equipment parked behind the? Same equipment. So I
Is there
guess in my,
something blocking the view? Is the blue mulch and stone bins gonna block your tractors?
The building.
Spruce tree myself in, we can do that if that's what you'd like us to do. I prefer not to.
But the trees on that first tier, they're going to get rotated through as you sell
No,
them.
these were planted as permanent. So I put a row in, almost like a windscreen, like in a farm,
Mhm.
precisely to try to mitigate my footprint
On both sides.
all the way down Appleton Avenue. Basically the overland runoff swale.
Shesky.
So where in this photo is the shipping container? I mean, I don't, I guess, if I'm looking down to the west from Appleton Avenue, see like an alley and that shipping container is in there. It's, again, driving momentary view. I don't have much of a problem with it, but if I'm looking at that rusty end of it, it's more of a significant portion and it's a problem, at least where I sit. But it's hard to tell from these photos
You really can't.
what it looks like from the street side. Here, it doesn't look very attractive, but from the street side, again, if it's just you're driving by, you just get a glimpse of it, you can't even tell what it is. It's not as big.
I guess just to I'll commit to working with Jeff and his team to
Green it.
screen it the way you guys would like it. I'm fine with that. I understand.
Are you okay with the choice of materials in the shipping container?
If you say it looks like the building, I'll accept that. I think it's just a painted shipping container.
It's
So
actually got the building siding on it.
if that's what it is,
Right, and that's what I'm asking specifically for your
And-
opinion about that.
I can accept it if it's actually the material for the building. I can accept that.
All right. Anything else? I think, Mr. Seaman, you've heard a message loud and clear tonight, and whatever you can do to help remedy that before additional complaints are registered and recorded, I think would be appreciated, not only by us, but I think by your neighbors as well. Is kind of the second meeting where we've had this this opportunity for people to come forward and speak to you directly. And I think they have a better understanding of what their alternative for complaint is going forward. And however this project can be wrapped up or provided as to what date is possible. And I understand all the things that go involved in that. And I know you don't want to hold yourself to a date, but I think people just want to know about when, so that they continue to know I only have to wait until this date, or only it's going to last for this long. Anything you can do in that frame would be appreciated, even if it's as simple as, this many truckloads to go, and you're just kind of showing your graph go up or down. It at least shows progress and that there is changes being made, and then we're a little bit closer than where we were before. Otherwise, it just seems in perpetuum, and I can understand some of the aggravation and frustration that it causes for the people that surround that. So again, I appreciate everybody coming tonight. I appreciate you contacting us and allowing us to know, and Mr. Sieben to know what is going on in your area and what you'd like to see different. And I do appreciate Mr. Sieben coming here and addressing each as it's brought to him, and looking forward to see what his solutions are going forward. Mr. Trustee Baum.
Is there a time frame or so many complaints, this will come back? What? They gotta wait another year before they get this again?
No, there's no requirement for an annual review unless you were to recommend that the CUP be amended to require that. At this point, there's a condition, number 1, that essentially says, unless the uses and activities that were discussed and applied for have changed without us knowing about it, or there's impacts or things that occur on the property that we weren't made aware of or aren't part of the CUP, we can bring the CUP back for a formal review before the Plan Commission and the Village Board.
So we can call it back at any time.
Yes, but for cause.
Is this cause, the sound, the noise, the dirt?
I think the next time, if there is a next time, it'll be a formal review, and it'll be because there's a significant nuisance issue to be dealt with.
Okay.
I think that's clear based on what we've heard this evening.
Get that then.
Okay. Anything else for new business item B? Thank you, Mr. Steven. And thank you, everybody, for coming. Next item under new business.
President.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we go out of order and jump down to item E first.
Okay, motion made to change the agenda and take the next item as item E. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. That then takes us to new business, item E, Jacob and Julia Schneider, located at North 115 West 20265 Woodland Drive, a zoning permit to allow a 6-foot fence in the front yard. To give us some more information and background on this new business item, I'll turn the meeting over to our Associate Planner, Emily Zant.
Thank you. The Schneiders are seeking approval to construct a privacy fence, a wood privacy fence, in a front yard at a height of 6 feet on the residential property located on Woodland Drive. This is the location of the property. Is located in the Woodland Manor subdivision on the southwest corner of Woodland Drive and Merkle Drive intersection. The property is zoned RS5 and surrounded by RS5 zoning. Section 17.50 of the zoning code prohibits fences over 4 feet in height in a front yard unless approved by the Plan Commission. This diagram here shows that this house is sitting at an angle on this corner lot. By definition, corner lots have 2 front yards. So I've highlighted in yellow there what would be considered, based on the definitions in the zoning code, their front yard. So you can see in the north portion of the property in the northwest corner, they're proposing a 6-foot high privacy fence, as shown in the red line. Here's some images, site photos. I think the posts have been temporarily set in the holes, so we can see that the proposed fence will not impact the visibility along Woodland Drive, or this photo is looking west along Woodland Drive from the Merkle Drive, Woodland Drive intersection. You can see that there's approximately 20 feet between the road right-of-way and where the fence is to be located. So staff recommends approval of the proposed installation of a fence 6 feet in height along Woodland Drive front or street yard for the residential lot located at N115W20265 Woodland Drive.
Trustee Baum.
I'll start off by making a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Baum.
Is there a homeowners association that has to be made aware of?
That requirement is for, specified in the zoning code only for drainage easements.
Okay, have we talked to the neighbor that is impacted by this?
That would be trustee Myers.
Are you complaining about it, huh? Okay, all right, that's all I had.
So the neighbors are all aware of the fence. There seems to be one already on one side of the property.
I believe the fence along the west property line, and possibly the south property line has already been installed.
So this will enclose the entire property.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your patience, and your children behaved wonderfully, so thank you for that.
I make a motion, we go back to item C and continue with the original order.
All right? Motion made and seconded to go back to item C. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. So then we're to new business. Item C, Robert Signago, which is a property owner of Lot 38 in Harvest Hill subdivision, and Michael and Pamela Matterzak, property owners of North 116, West 13444 Elm Lane, applications for a rezoning from the RS3 Single Family District to the RS1 Single Family District and RS2 Single Family Districts, and a conditional use permit to allow grading and filling on portions of a 25-foot wetland setback and 3-lot certified survey map, which is a CSM. It's on tonight's agenda for public hearing and action. To give us more information and background on this new business item, I'll turn our meeting over again to Associate Planner Emily Zant.
Thank you. As you stated, the property owner is proposing approval of a 3-lot certified survey map, a rezoning from the RS3 Single Family District to the RS1 Single Family District, and the RS2 Single Family District, and a conditional use permit to allow development within the required 25-foot setback of wetland on the property located at north of Elm Lane and the intersection of Forest Drive. So the proposed CSM is to modify the existing configuration of the lots is shown on the left-hand side of your screen. Currently, there's a 33.3 acre lot, which is outlined in blue, and a 3.387 acre parcel, which contains a single-family dwelling. The proposed CSM, shown on the right-hand side of your screen, creates an additional buildable lot for a single-family dwelling, which is highlighted in green. That's a 4.6 acre lot. It expands the existing lot with a single family dwelling from that 3.38 acres to 7.84 acres. And then also maintains a buildable lot still highlighted in blue. That it would be a 24.5 acre lot. Access to lot 1 and lot 2 would be off of Elm Lane. There is a 30-foot ingress and egress easement that's included on lot 1 for the purposes of accessing lot 2. Lot 3 would continue to take access as it does today from Elm Lane. The proposed zoning as requested by the property owner would be to rezone from RS3 and RS2 to RS1 and RS2. So the proposed lot 1 would be RS1 single family residential with which requires a minimum of 5 acres. And then lots 2 and 3 would be proposed to be rezoned RS2, which is a minimum of 2 acres. So in terms of the conditional use permit, there was wetland disturbed with the installation of the driveway that will eventually serve lots 1 and 2. Proper permits were received from the DNR and the Army Corps of Engineers However, Chapter 24 of the Shoreline Wetland Zoning Code does require an approved conditional use permit to encroach within that 25-foot setback of the wetland. The village was not consulted prior to installation of the driveway, and that's why the conditional use is before you tonight. There's a total of 3,631 square feet of disturbance within the 25-foot wetland setback. The area has been highlighted in black. The proposed mitigation plan does include planting of a native seed mix along the edges of the driveway, which is at a 1-to-1 ratio, which is required by the code. So we do have some comments related to this request. Planning staff is recommending alternate zoning for the parcels to better align with the intent of each zoning district, to provide greater flexibility in uses, for example, horses and other agricultural uses or structures, and to allow more square footage for residential accessory structures on those property or those lots zoned residentially. So staff is recommending that proposed lot 1, which is that 24-acre lot, be zoned A2 agricultural, which is a minimum lot size of 10 acres. Proposed lot 2 be zoned RS1 single family residential, which is a 5-acre minimum. And then proposed lot 3 also be RS1 single family residential. With the RS1 zoning on proposed lot 2, modifications would be required from the CSM to take it from that proposed 4.6 acres to a minimum of 5 acres. So the village engineer and public works department has provided comments on the CSM and has included a memo. Those items have been added as a condition of approval. Planning staff did also want to point out that additional information on the proposed mitigation plan for the encroachment into the 25-foot setback of the wetland is required. Staff is requesting a detailed drawing of the location of the proposed seating to take place, and that would be required to be submitted and approved administratively. Further, given the amount of wetland on proposed lot 1, and you can see though that on the right-hand side of your screen, staff is recommending that the proposed lots be reconfigured so that access may be obtained to the buildable areas of lots 1 and 2 without further encroachment into the wetlands. This has been added as a condition of approval for the certified survey map. So staff's recommendation is to approve the proposed 3-lot certified survey map for the property north of Elm Lane, subject to 3 conditions. That the technical issues and plan corrections identified by the Public Works Director and Consultant Engineer be submitted or be corrected and submitted and approved by the Public Works Department prior to taking the application to the Village Board for final approval. That proposed lot 2 be increased in size to meet the 5-acre minimum in the RS1 single family residential district, and that the proposed lot shall be reconfigured to allow access to the buildable areas on lots 1 and 2 without additional encroachment within the required 25-foot setback of delineated wetlands. Staff is recommending approval of the rezoning of this property as proposed by village staff, which is again lot 1 would be A2 agricultural, lot 2 RS1 single family residential, and lot 3 RS1 single family residential. Finally, staff is recommending approval of the conditional use permit to allow development within the 25-foot wetland setback areas and the proposed compensation as presented in the plan dated October 7th, 2021, pursuant to section 24.04 of the Shoreline Wetland Zoning Code, subject to the following conditions. The owner shall submit and prepare an annual monitoring report to the village and local DNR staff concerning management activities in the proposed plan. And further, a detailed drawing of the location for the proposed seating shall be submitted to the village planner for review and approval within 30 days of the conditional use permit approval. Questions for me?
And we will open this public hearing by hereby stating a notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held before the Village of Germantown Plan Commission at the Germantown Village Hall and also virtually through WebEx on Monday, November 8th at 6:30 PM or later. The purpose of said hearing is to hear any and all parties, their attorneys or agents for or against the following applications for a rezoning portions of the property described below from the RS3 Single Family District to the RS1 Single Family and RS2 Single Family Districts pursuant to Section 17.14 and Section 17.15, and a conditional use permit to allow grading and filling portions of a 25-foot wetland setback pursuant to Sections 24.04, subsection 3, subparagraph C, subparagraph 5 of the Village Zoning Code. The applicants are Robert Zanago and Michael and Pamela Matuzak, Lot 38 in the Harvest Hills subdivision, North 116, West 13350 Elm Lane, and North 116, West 13444 Elm Lane. Before I ask people within our audience to come forward for the public hearing, I did receive one communication via email about tonight's public hearing. It was received from Carrie Belke, and her comments are, my biggest concerns are three. A, the water drainage. B, traffic onto Elm Lane where lots of people walk and drive. Please be aware that many cars that drive through, because GPS tells them they can get through Forest Drives to Friedenfeld Park, but they cannot. And number C, the rumor that only one house was being built, yet a rather large driveway was created such that several neighbors commented, including my 96-year-old father, that the drive is too big for one home. What is going on? So thank you for the opportunity to mention these, and this comes from Carrie Belke. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application, the conditional use permit, or the certified survey map? Yes, sir. Evening.
My name is Dave Yerk. I'm the surveyor of record for the zoning application and the CUP application. I don't think, first, Zant did an excellent job explaining it all. There's quite a bit there going on, and I think he did an excellent job explaining everything, so I don't have to do that myself. We do have two questions, if that's okay if I can ask a question. Okay. Number one is reason why the zoning of the client, Mr. Zignago, wants to keep lot inside the field itself. He wanted to keep the woods and the wood line with his lot. That's the reason why we kept it at 4.6. My other question to that would be, we're consistent with the R2 zoning requirements. So just for my mind, why would it have to be R1? Be my question. And I don't think we're opposed to changing it, but I'm just curious.
Staff felt that it better aligned with the intent of the zoning districts, those large, being that the lot is nearly 5 acres. Having the RS1 district does allow for perhaps someone on that property to have horses as a permitted use, or whereas if it was zoned RS2, that would just be, they'd have to obtain a conditional use permit to do that.
Or freedom then.
Correct. And you would be, the property owner would be allowed a larger number of square feet in residential accessory structures. For, I guess, primarily for those reasons, we felt that the intent, such a lot of that size, better fits for the RS1 district.
Application that we could have gone A2. I think that's a better zoning designation for what Mr. Ziegnagle would like for his property.
Correct.
So that I did not know, and that was my fault. Then the other question is, configure to R2, then we're going to reconfigure the lot sum. Would that suffice for your lot reconfiguration? What are you looking for a lot reconfiguration? Better mitigate the wetland.
The goal of that condition would be to allow access to the buildable areas of the lot without going through additional wetland.
Setback.
And the 25-foot setback.
Right. Go ahead.
The intent of that would be if I continue the drive to get back to where the actual A2 is on the drawing, you have to cross more wetlands. That's what you're trying to avoid?
Correct.
So you would like to skirt under that wetland on that upper diagonal? Something along those lines?
Yes.
And if I make the changes, we go forward. When does this go in front of the?
This would go before, at the earliest, after the December 6th meeting.
Discuss this freely. Well, later in the week, right?
We can absolutely discuss it further. Yep.
Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that you guys have given the approval via the.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward to speak for or against the rezoning or conditional use permit or the certified survey map? Anyone wishing to come forward to speak for or against? Anyone else? Oh.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Bernardi. I live at North 120, West 137 Freischig Road, lifelong resident. Wife and I built our home on our 40-acre property about 28 years. This is our primary residence, and we rent out our farmland from crops and local farmer. Back a bit, when it started to be a top leaf development. Discussing the development of I think it was 107 acres. I attended all the meetings, Plan Commission. My concern at that time on that western portion of that field, you could take 2 shovelfuls of dirt, water would fill the hole. Because of the high groundwater in that area. The subdivision was developed west fence line by the woods, according to the Southeastern Wisconsin Regional Commission, Shessel Woods, the former owner. 18 acres on that protected from development and any development of all, moving wetland dirt and so forth. I made this comment back 2018 about the two shovelfuls. First map, second page where the yellow is, that is the area that I told the village board at the time where the water was a problem, high groundwater. Farmer Mr. Shessel at that time wouldn't even farm that because he was always getting stuck. Now, Topleaf Development at that time developed that down in that cul-de-sac where lots 27, 28, and 29 and 30, that was filled 4.5 feet. Side note, the lot 30 mound system failed this past year, and that was because of the fill and the compacted dirt. It wasn't virgin soil. So I'm concerned about the water. It's already into the wetlands. It's running over, not running over. If the wetlands are working harder, we have 37 lots in the subdivision. There's 20 houses that are either done or in the process of being built. And I think it's just impeding on the water. Now, next map shows the west fence line. We were just talking about that field. That's where the retention pond was built, and retention ponds are built above ground to retain water. If they would have dug a 10-foot deep hole, it would have filled up with water. July of 2018, developer at the time, Topleaf, bowed away from developing this property. They had problems with gaining access, wouldn't give them access. Army Corps of Engineers said no. Property. A bridge was talked about. Well, the developer didn't want to go that way, so they backed off on the property. They developed the upper part, not this lower part. I guess I'm wondering a couple things. Ms. Belkey sent in her email the size of the driveway, and other people have commented on that. This originally plotted out as 7, 8, 9 homes at the time, all throughout those wetlands. And is this a way of somebody developing this, putting in this big driveway, gaining access to this property? My worries are that, first of all, he was given a permit from the DNR that I have no problem with. I was told by the DNR on Friday that the only reason he basically got the permit because he was going to build 1 or 2 houses. My thinking is that if you put in this big driveway, a big driveway like that can serve 2 to 15 houses. I'm worried about next year he comes back and says, I want to do 2 more lots or something to that effect. I think he would hard to do that because of the 18 acres that is in the environmental quarter that he cannot develop. Said in the beginning, I'm a lifelong resident. I lived in this area my whole life. I've hunted this property and other properties around it, and I I know where the water goes and show you. My property. Sorry, I missed my page at lot 29, where it shows the fill. That's 4.5. The last page with all the colors on. Blue lines indicate the water as it flows today. Green indicates property. According to the satellite, and from what I can see from Emmett and Steve's property, white is his current driveway. He has the driveway running up to that top of the property. Said, my main concern is the water. Orange line on this page shows the diversion of water from those wetlands and goes across the middle field. That white spot is, it goes across the middle field. I haven't been able to rent that out for the last 2 years. Water changed. That's why I'm here to go and brought this same concern. Hope that takes this into consideration. I also understand that Mr. Zignagel never got a permit to put the driveway in. I think he has approached on the wetlands more than the 3,600 feet that Emily spoke about. So I asked the planning commission to review the paperwork. I've told you what may other landowners may tell you or other residents may tell you, that I'm not so worried about building one home, about sure of siding off of here and making other lots. As I said, back property, I haven't been able to rent it out the last 2 years. It's wet and it has gotten worse since the subdivision and everything else. And subdivision isn't even full yet. So I think there's still 17 lots that are still
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning, conditional use permit, or the certified survey map? After other people have had their first opportunity.
My name is Bob Zignego. I am the property owner. A couple of things on that Dave had mentioned on the RS1 versus RS2 and the size of lot 2. That's the shape of that lot follows the tree line. So to make that lot bigger, smaller, a different size, it really doesn't fit the natural shape of that. What that shape is right there is the entire, or is a field. And the purpose with that is to sell it off as one buildable lot. As far as changing the driveway and shape or size to make the driveway go through there, with what's buildable there, I'll completely agree. There's not a lot of buildable spots out there. That's one main reason I wanted to buy the property. I don't want to have neighbors or a lot of neighbors. There's not a lot of buildable sites on that property, and to move the driveway through the corner of that field gives up that whole enclosed field for a 4.5 acre lot. And then that, I guess, with the ingress and egress to lot 1 and 2, driveway is there's no more wetlands that have to, I mean, no matter where the buildable site is, no matter where that ends up, there's no more wetlands that have to be crossed unless. That's not my plan. That's not my intention. But as far as changing where the driveway is and the layout of it, shape of lot 2 and the size of it, those are the reasons for that. I mean, I know it may not mean anything to anybody here because you don't know me, but the intent of splitting this into 2 lots is so that I can build a home for my family, and then I can sell off 1 lot to help me offset some of the cost of the land and the driveway. That's 100% my plan, 100% my intent. And that's all I got on that. The last thing would be the size of the driveway. I have several friends, family members that own homes in the woods, set back off of the road, and every single one of them, every time I drive down their driveway, it's a problem. Before I moved to Germantown, I was on the Hartford Fire Department, and one of those fire calls was at an uncle's house. That's long driveway through the woods. And we almost didn't drive the trucks back there because the trees encroach on the driveway so fast. So we cleared a large area of trees. And simply for that reason, I don't want to have to go in there in 2 years and retrim and de-limb branches. It's a large driveway that, I mean, the intent is 1 or 2 homes. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward to speak for or against the zoning changes, the conditional use permit or certified survey map?
My name is Marcus Stern. I live on West 132, North 11550 Forest Drive. I guess I got a couple issues here. I guess first is why is this the first public hearing regarding this property? I mean, the driveway's already in. Encroachment on the wetlands is already done. I mean, the wetlands, part of the wetlands had been destroyed. Why is this the first public hearing about it? And second of all, I would concerned about, seems like maybe Bruce Minardi and maybe some other landowners might have a lawsuit issue here because their land's being devalued because of this haphazard development. Just consider you guys should be careful what you're doing because I think he's got a legitimate claim here. If his property's being damaged, a haphazard development, I think he's got a lawsuit on this, he's entitled some compensations for the valuation of his property. I think you just shouldn't just go, yeah, let's develop at all what costs. I think that's a bad way to plan things. So hope you well, and hope you reconsider some of the planning that you do in this town. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward to speak for or against the rezoning application, the conditional use permit, or the certified survey map? Anyone else wishing to come forward? I'm going to let Mr. Aiken go first.
Aiken, I live at North 119, West 17780 Cove Lane, Germantown. My only question is, and I know the Zignagos, I think what they have in mind is going to be very, very nice for their home. I am a little bit concerned though with the disturbing the wetlands. Where they put the road in, they apparently got the permits, and I understand that, but they have a straight culvert pipe. Anytime you put a culvert pipe in Germantown, you gotta put flared ends. I've gone through it several times in farmland. Why don't they need the flared ends? They disturb the wetlands, so be it. Put the without those flared ends, eventually the dirt and everything will wash out around that culvert pipe. And actually, I believe there's two in the new driveway. They should put those flared ends.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application, the conditional use permit, or the certified survey map? Nobody on WebEx either, right?
Dave York, the representative for Mrs. Zignagel. I just, the gentleman who was concerned about development of that land, per the state statute, he can only put in one more lot. And again, that's approval to you via CSM. And if he wants to do a subdivision plat, that's again approval of the village. So you guys hold the reins on what goes on after this development. So he just can't throw in 15, 20 lots without approval by you guys. And there's a lot more other things that has to go on before that could even come to fruition. So that should not be a concern at all. And I believe Mr. Zignagel, when he says this is what's going to happen, that's what's going to happen. He's going to divide it up into two lots, one for himself and his family, and one to sell off at some point in a later date. But per the state statute, he really cannot develop that much more what he has.
Anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the rezoning application, the conditional use permit, or the certified survey map?
I don't have a problem with water. I brought that up. I think going back a bit, and I know that's not the topic tonight, I think the original developer kind of goofed up a little bit. It's making things worse, making this harder. I understand that he wants to sell a lot to offset his cost for the property, but he's also been marketing that market since the 13th of September. Saleable, buildable lot. So that kind of bothers me too. And the other bothers me is that never received the proper permit and everything to put the driveway in when his paperwork from the DNR said on the first page, your local government you'll have to contact them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward to speak for or against the rezoning application, the conditional use permit, or the certified survey map?
Bob Zignago or Robert Zignago again, the property owner. I just wanted to address mainly the permit. I do have a permit and did obtain a permit with the DNR and the Army Corps of Engineers to cross the wetlands. It was an oversight on my part, not obtaining the permit with the village. I did obtain a culvert permit with the village, and I thought, or I was under the impression with my conversations at the time, that that was the only permit needed to put a driveway in. That's why the permit was never applied for with the village.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward to speak for or against the rezoning application, the conditional use permit, or the certified survey map? Anyone else? You got to come forward. Get everybody twice tonight.
Marcus Stern, he did admit that some oversight on his site. I'm wondering now, is there some recourse? Or can anybody claim, oh, I overlooked it, but let's do the change anyway? So that's my question. Is there any recourse?
It's something this board can consider as part of the permit. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward? Participate in a public hearing? No one else? This public hearing is now closed. Commissioners? Trustee Baum?
Director Retzloff, can you tell me about the whole permitting issue and the permitting process and how we get a 30-foot wide swath cut through a forest? What do we do for putting in a driveway?
Well, what Mr. Zignego just told you is absolutely correct in that he applied for and obtained a culvert permit for work in the right of way, just off the edge of Elm Lane. Beyond that point, the driveway permit, if you will, doesn't regulate the rest of that other than with regard to potential width issues. With regard to the 30-foot egress easement that's provided within which the driveway has been constructed, under the subdivision regulations, a private street design or private street design standards, if you recall, are actually broken into 3 classifications. The first is a shared driveway that can serve up to 3 lots. A private lane, which serves between 3 and 7 lots, and private street, which can serve up to 15 lots. The requirement for the easement or right-of-way width for a shared driveway serving no more than 3 lots is a 30-foot easement or outlot. So what's been proposed and presented is consistent with what the code requires. So anything narrower than that, we arguably couldn't approve. So from that standpoint, what's been done is correct. The problem is, as also Mr. Zignego pointed out, he went ahead and constructed the driveway before consulting with the village about anything north of the culvert in the right-of-way. And yes, he obtained permits from the DNR to fill small portions of the wetland as shown, and apparently much further north as well. That doesn't mean the village can't, issue its own permit. I mean, we require a permit for encroachment into a setback area. What we've done historically is essentially acknowledge that if the DNR is approving the filling of a wetland, then the village is okay with that as well. We just want to make sure that the wetland that remains is protected, or in the case of our 25-foot buffer requirement, protected further than what the DNR would require, which is basically nothing. In certain circumstances, they have a setback from a wetland, but not in the case like this. So we require, through our conditional use permit process, a plan for how you're going to mitigate that impact in the setback area with essentially some plantings that are wetland friendly and provide a greater degree of protection of the wetland that your driveway is cutting across or next to or through. And that's a requirement here. In this case, we've been working under the assumption that the amount of wetland encroachment in the setback area is limited to just what's shown on the screen between Elm Lane and the end of proposed lot 2. It sounds like there's additional driveway and wetland crossing further north that hasn't been accounted for in the conditional use permit application that we have. So from that standpoint, it's incomplete. We need to have Mr. Zignego go back and amend that application. And we'll have to table that action this evening on the conditional use permit part of what's proposed. So I hope that answers your driveway question.
I do recall, those of you who live in that area, there was a fire several years back on Mary Booth Lane. Fire trucks could not get to the house because it was too narrow and too long. So I'm a little more comfortable with something this far, this deep, having a wider set. So I'm not too concerned about that. We will have to come back with a revised driveway survey. So that is going to be done all the way back to where he's got showing the other crossings. Okay, so we'll get that document. The thought of this going in as a subdivision, I don't see that really happening. It's going to come before this board. And depending on where we get a final site plan of where a house would be, you're limited on where you can put other structures on there. I remember the plans that were coming through back with the whole subdivision, and they just couldn't get anything to work back there with all those lots. So I don't see that really happening. Mrs. Ant wanting the 5 acre sounds logical to me, but it doesn't sound like they want to do that now because he wants to hold that property. Looking at this aerial that was provided, could you actually take the back end of the red lots and put that on the tree line? Because I think that red lot goes a little farther back into this open field. If I look at it correctly. So you could still get the 5 acres if you wanted to, but I'm not too concerned about that. Mr. Bernardi, the water issue that you talk about is not part and parcel to this property, so I don't think it's appropriate for us to talk about that at this time. Is that not something that we should look back on the other development if that was done correctly? I don't think the water drainage from here is causing that problem. But also, I don't have the purview to talk about that with this property.
I'm frankly, I'm not sure what the complaint is other than the wetland is being overtaxed in some fashion.
Sounds like he's not able to rent that part of his property out for farming because it's too wet.
Yeah, and obviously, Mr. Bernardi, if Mr. Bernardi feels that his inability to use his property is a direct result of the development in the Harvest Hill subdivision, then as Mr. Stern pointed out, he probably has some sort of cause for some action. But that's not for us to decide or sort out
this
here this evening.
Go ahead.
You have the floor.
I'm not seeing much other issues with this other than the put in a driveway without a permit and you're crossing wetlands. So I'm missing any other issues that I should really be considering. So I'll stop there for now and see if anybody else has comments.
Yeah, if I could jump in, just have a couple of things. I think it is important to understand the history here, going back to the Harvest Hill subdivision. This is lot 38 in the subdivision. And if you recall at the time, there were a number of different proposals for dividing it that were kicked around. And ultimately, the village and the property owner didn't come to agreement on how to do that. And they decided in order to move forward with the balance of the subdivision, they would just create the western portion of the overall land as one single lot and leave it at that and to deal with it in the future. And they move forward with Harvest Hills, the rest of it to the east, and obviously that's underway and well along in development. If you recall, the village was moving in the direction of if you're going to divide this lot 38 area, it should be as few number of lots as possible for all the reasons we've talked about again tonight. Wetlands, environmentally significant Shesso Woods type issues, high groundwater, and the way the wetlands sort of spider throughout the property just doesn't make it very conducive to dividing it into a subdivision type layout. And so we ended up with, we came close on a scheme that had a shared, a private street, if you will, with a slightly higher standard. It was actually an outlot as opposed to an easement that meandered through here, crossed a couple of small wetland areas, but was intended to serve, I believe it was 4 or 5 potential lots. And then we even had 1 or 2 lots that were served off of the end of Elm Lane to the west of that existing home that's now proposed to be expanded in size. So this plan is more consistent with what the village staff was looking for way back when Harvest Hills was approved. So from that standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to us. The proposed changes in the zoning, the alternative zoning proposal, if you look at it, part of that is driven by the desire to prohibit the ability to divide these lots any further without having to at least go through the public hearing process. For example, the RS2 parcels. RS2 requires a minimum of 2 acres. So arguably, a 4.6 acre parcel could be divided in 2, that being lot 2. Lot 3 is proposed at 7.8. You could split off a couple more parcels. The alternative zoning that's proposed by staff, one benefit of it is that it essentially prohibits the division of any further lots out of lots 2 and 3 without having to come back to the village as part of a public hearing process, even if that were a proposal. And from the sounds of it, you at least heard from Mr. Zignego, that's not his intent. I don't know what Mr. and Mrs. Madrzak intent is with regard to their property, but it has frontage on Elm Lane. It's conceivable it could be divided into additional lot or 2 somewhere down the road if it had the RS2 zoning. The RS1 zoning prohibits that, again, without having to at least come back to the village and go through the public hearing process. And finally, just the one comment, increasing the size of lot 2. I think your comment was right on, David. It's something Emily and I talked about. The land to be added to lot 3, as well as the top of the existing part of what's lot 3. There's a tree line that cuts diagonally through there. And if that red line were reoriented to jibe with that tree line, you could probably, I'm guessing, squeeze out the 4/10 of an acre or whatever you need in order to make lot 2 5 acres. So that's something we want their surveyor to go back and play around with.
And Ms. Zant, the discussion of moving the diagonal line to get the driveway through, that's a moot point now because they've already put the driveway in.
Correct. What was submitted to us did not show that the driveway had been constructed beyond the easement.
All right, I will go ahead and start the ball off by making a motion to approve the proposed 3-lot certified survey map for Zanego and Madrzak property as presented.
As presented as RS2?
Well, this is only the 3-lot certified survey map.
Won't you need the zoning for what you'd want for RS1 and
That
A1?
comes in number 2. As I see it.
I think approaching it from the zoning standpoint first might.
Right, that way you're defining the sizes.
I will, okay, strike that, and I will make a motion to approve the rezoning of the 37.18 acre property from RS2 single family residential and RS3 single family residential to A2 agricultural to RS1 single family as proposed by village staff.
So lot 1 would be A2, lot 2 and 3 would be RS1.
That's what I'm Motioning to approve.
That's a motion. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Jeff said
Kimberly.
makes sense, or was it Emily? I don't remember about, well, it's about horses and also about the lot's size and not being able to further split it without coming in front of this commission, especially since there was some concern about that from people that spoke tonight.
And it's also a very sensitive area in regards to wetland and natural waterways. Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Motion carries.
I will then go back to the original section and make a motion to approve the proposed 3-lot certified survey map for the Zenego Medzac property as stated in the first motion. Not as presented, but it's with the zoning that was just discussed.
Okay. Motion made. Do we have a second? Motion made and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Nilles.
I cannot support this, and that's why I voted no for the previous motion. Until I see some revised CSM that shows the lot lines, as we've been talking about, adjusted, I just can't support this.
Further discussion? Yep.
Would that include the staff recommended conditions?
Yes.
3, including the 2 that increases lot 2 to 5 acres and that the lot lines be reconfigured?
Yes.
Well, I guess we don't need to reconfigure lot 2 anymore because the driveway is already gone in a different direction.
You don't need to configure the upper angle property line, but you can make it 5 acres. What are you going to change to do that?
That would be condition number 2 to change the boundary of lot 2
Yes.
and 3, I guess.
The proposed condition number 3 is kind of a moot point again because the driveway has already been put in place.
So we'll include, motion will include comment 1 and 2, but strike comment 3.
It's all right with the second?
It's hard to say where that driveway really goes, but we're just guessing at this point.
It's there already, though.
People are saying, but
So we need the revised surveys.
I mean, I definitely would say that I don't want it to encroach anywhere where it's going to be encroaching 25 feet to a setback to get to a buildable area in the future. But I can't really see where that is.
You could make a motion to postpone until you have something in front of you to approve. Not that I want to direct your action, but in the motion, you could propose that. Top of the button. Softly on the top of the button.
Softly was the.
Yeah.
Softly.
Yes, you could table action until we have a revised CSM.
Table or postpone.
Yeah, whatever the words are.
And to go back to what I just said a few minutes ago, I would support an action like that.
Need a motion in order to. Table doesn't allow for discussion. Postpone will allow for discussion on your amendment to the motion.
Motion to postpone.
So your motion is to amend the motion to postpone until you have a certified survey map to consider.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded to amend the motion as presented. Discussion on that motion to amend.
I'm fine with seeing the final drawings.
I think it's a good idea.
No problem with that.
No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? back to the motion as amended. We are going to postpone, so we really don't, we should still vote on it though, right?
Yes.
To
Yeah.
close it, to close the motion?
Believe so, yeah.
All right, then all those in favor to approve the motion as amended, which it is to postpone, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries.
About the third part on there, do we talk about that or do we wait till it comes back?
Third has to do with the setback and the replantings.
Which is what we would see in the survey, so.
The CUP addresses the impact to the wetland setback area. And based on what we were told this evening, the driveway now goes through more than what was originally thought. So that needs to be amended. So tabling that as well would make sense.
Will we see the driveway as it is in any drawing or certified survey map?
Can we ask for either a plat of survey or something that would show that?
Because there
Okay.
seems to be a discrepancy from the way I understand it to what was presented tonight with additional information from the neighbor. Okay. Yes. That way it also gives us an idea of how it affects and impacts those areas that were approved. I imagine it crosses where you were approved to fill. You had to present some information to the DNR to show them exactly where that area was of the impact to the wetland for fill. Okay. All right, yeah. I think that needs to be considered.
So do we need to make postpone number 3 on there too?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to postpone additional use until we have showing wetland crossings.
Second that.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. I guess the biggest lesson is to consult your village. It's harder for us to picture. And if it would have came forward, I think we would have had a better something in front of us that we could have probably looked at a little more closely and probably approved tonight with further discussion. But with those unknowns, it kind of leaves this commission in the dark that it doesn't want to move forward until we can see it as presented. So for those going forward that look at that consideration, consult your village before moving forward. I do have a question for the planner before we vote. There was some mention of a requirement of flared culvert. Is that something that's necessary in this instance?
I'm not aware if the village requires the flared ends in or outside of the right of way. I'm not sure how we would, even if we regulate other than width.
Does it have anything to do with being within a wetland setback area or within proximity of a wetland? Based on debris and possibility of additional washout or clog?
It could be, but it's not something that's in our zoning code that we regulate. It would be in our construction design manual that the engineer would be aware of. I'm sure that there's probably a requirement for it in the right of way.
Well, I can't
No?
believe we would have forced Mr. Aiken to do it because we don't like Bob. I mean, okay.
When I put mine in, they didn't require it.
Yeah, I'm guessing that we're only regulating in the right of way and required to flare ends. If you're going to put in a culvert further into your property, whether we regulate or make you do that, I don't
Okay.
think that we do.
All right. That makes sense. All right. Further discussion. No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Thank you all for coming tonight and thank you all for your input in regards to this public hearing. Next item is item D, TR Capital LLC, agent and property owner of West 219 North 11588 Appleton Avenue, site plan review for redevelopment of 3.65 acres of a commercial self-storage facility. To give us some more information and background on this new business item, I'll turn the meeting over to our associate planner, Emily Zant.
Thank you. TR Capital is back before you this evening with their proposed site plan for the commercial storage, both enclosed storage and outdoor storage, enclosed and screened from view, and their property located on Appleton Avenue. See, in August of this year, the village board did approve a land use plan map amendment, a rezoning, and a conditional use permit for the property owned by TR Capital for the purpose of redeveloping and the existing single-family home and commercial plant sales operation into both enclosed self-storage and exterior boat and vehicle storage. So the property is currently zoned M1 limited industrial, surrounded to the north by agricultural land, to the south by a quarry, the south and east, I apologize, and then west is residential zoning within the village of Richfield. So the proposed site plan development and building plans include 3 enclosed self-storage buildings totaling 61 units, 73 parking spaces for outdoor vehicle storage, a 6-foot chain link fence with rolling gate at the driveway to enclose the property. The buildings, they have modified the site plan a little bit since the original submittal to use the buildings as part of that fence on the north and south sides of the property where they could do so. Asphalt paving is proposed on the western portion of the property near the storage buildings, and then recycled asphalt paving in the outdoor parking storage areas on the eastern portion. The access to the site will remain in the existing location off of Appleton Avenue. There's no additional temporary on-site parking near the front of the property. In terms of utilities, the existing well is in the process of being abandoned, as well as the septic tank removed. These will not be replaced on the property, and the property is not served by village sewer or water. The subject property will be served by a proposed detention pond to be located in the southwest corner of the site. The site will contain 75.4% impervious surface, which meets the 80% maximum requirement for impervious surface in the M1 Limited Industrial District. A stormwater management plan has been submitted to the village and is pending approval from the Department of Public Works. So the proposed landscaping of the site includes a variety of evergreen and ornamental trees, evergreen and deciduous shrubs along the Appleton Avenue Road right-of-way. There will be 2 large trees removed from the property to accommodate the proposed development. Replacement trees will be located near the driveway entrance to the property. Evergreen trees are also proposed to be planted along the north and south property lines in order to help screen the proposed storage building from adjacent properties. Here are the proposed building elevations. I will point out some of the additional detail located on the western edge of the proposed buildings. Exterior lighting on the subject property will include 16 44-watt LED lumen cutoff wall building mounted fixtures at a height of 10 feet. These will be located on the internal facing storage building walls. So as you can see in this diagram, I've highlighted in orange circles where the proposed lighting would be. You can see there's not any lighting proposed on the north side of that northern storage building or on the south side of the southern building. So staff, some staff comments. The applicant has submitted a revised landscape plan based on the village forester's comments. The revised plan does include evergreen trees along the north and south property lines to screen the buildings. Staff does feel that the proposed trees to be planted 40 feet apart is insufficient for adequate screening. There are trees that may screen the proposed development during the summer months, but during the cold winter months, the leaves will be gone, providing a direct view to these long and monotonous buildings. The village forester did recommend that no development take place within 15 feet of the north property line in order to preserve the existing north tree line. He stated that the tree line is essential to the screening of the property from the north and from southbound traffic on Appleton Avenue. Staff did recommend a condition of approval that no development be permitted within 15 feet of the north property line. to help preserve that tree line. The applicant has indicated a desire to clean up and remove the dead and dying trees as well as the invasive species on the site. And has provided to staff, I believe yesterday evening, a request from the property owner to the north to remove the trees along the north lot line. At a site visit this afternoon, it was noted that the removal of trees along the north property line has started to take place. Given the recommendation by the village forester, staff is recommending an additional condition from what was submitted to you in your staff report, requiring a survey of the trees on the property by a certified arborist. A report and revised landscape plan should be submitted to village staff for review and approval by staff and the village arborist prior to additional trees being removed. The Public Works Director and Engineering Consultant have provided comments regarding stormwater grading and erosion control on the site. Revised plans have been submitted by the applicant and are awaiting review and approval by the Public Works Department. So it's staff's recommendation to approve the site development and building plans submitted by TR Capital for the proposed commercial storage facilities at W219 and 11588 Appleton Avenue, subject to 9 conditions. And that does include a 15-foot setback for all development from the north property line, additional landscaping to include additional landscaping along the north and south property lines, and finally the added condition for this evening is that a certified arborist shall survey the site to determine which trees should be maintained on the property and which should be removed. The certified arborist report and an updated landscape plan, including additional plantings along the north property line, subject to the arborist approval of type, quantity, size, etc., shall be submitted and approved by village staff and the village forester prior to any additional tree removal.
Can I see a site plan again? Buildings positioned there. Go back one. There. How far off is that first proposed storage building? It's 25 by 240. Is that?
Is that on the north?
Yeah, north or the northernmost.
That is 10 feet from the north property line.
You're asking for it to be 15 feet, or is that just in the back half of the property?
The tree line does extend a majority of that north.
So you're asking for that building to be moved 5 feet?
Correct, based on the village arborist's recommendation.
1 second. Yes. So does that mean they all shift or just the one? Does that space between the two buildings? Is that a recommended space for storage facilities to have between two buildings of that type?
Village code doesn't have any recommendation in terms
Oh,
of.
Is there a standard for your industry? Yeah,
Come up to the.
yeah, come to the microphone, please. So that way people at home can hear you.
The overwhelming
They're watching.
majority, the overwhelming majority of 25 feet between buildings.
Uh-huh.
We made it 30, or
Okay.
actually,
Fine.
this one of them is 37.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Between.
You can't move it 5 feet?
Sorry.
Move it 5 feet? Can you still get your same size building and move it 5 feet?
be 14 feet wide to get boats in.
How about the southern building? Can you take both the northern and the center building and move both of them down so you got 32 feet between the other two, the bottom building?
So this is 37 feet because these are longer units and they need more backing room for the south.
Your buddy wants to say something here.
Sorry, before we kind of talk all about opportunities to, have this 15-foot setback, I think we should talk about the 15-foot setback. We currently have the required 10-foot setback, and I think right now there's an expectation based on aerial views that there's a tree line there worth saving. I do have a letter from the northern neighbor about the tree line I'd like to read, but the tree line along the north, especially where it pertains to the buildings, there is nothing there worth saving. The one picture that they did have up is we did take some down that were a problem, but the other remaining ones, it's a mess. There's no actual berm there. There's garbage in there. There's still a wire fence that is intermingled into the trees there. Our intention is to remove all of the trees that are there and put a new berm in the 10-foot setback and plant new trees. Obviously, our landscape plan needs to be updated to include that now. Once we got the owner out and we've done some cleaning, we were able to see the condition of that tree line as the fall came to light and look at it. There is only one tree currently on there that is not on the do not plant list. Currently, it is a maple, but that maple is actually growing out of a dead maple. So it's a dead, broken down maple that's actually growing a new maple. That is the only tree along that line that is not part of the do not plant list currently. I'd like to read the all dead ash cottonwood. I submitted some pictures this morning. I apologize I couldn't get up here. Did not see the condition of number 3. Number 3 is all really challenging here, but I'd like to read a letter from the northern neighbor. His name is Richard Ehrlich. This was written to John, my partner. Hello. My name is Richard Ehrlich. I own the 38-acre property of the north of Mr. John Then. My address is W216 and 1178 Appleton Avenue, Germantown, Wisconsin, 53022. I spoke with John Then about the trees and the tree line between our properties. There are a lot of mostly dead trees in the tree line. I believe most are box elder and cottonwood, which are very messy trees. These trees are a real nightmare every spring with the dead trees and or branches falling onto my field. I've spent many days cutting, hauling, and burning the fallen trees and branches because it makes it so hard for the farmer to plant or pick his crop. I would like most of these trees to be removed. I know the damage it has caused on my property, and I cannot imagine what kind of damage falling dead trees and branches would do to new buildings and parking areas Mr. Then is putting in. Respectfully, Richard J. Elric. So our northern partner as well has a problem. Sorry. Our northern neighbor would also like these trees removed. The trees are actually on the tree line. They're either 1 foot on his or 1 foot on ours. Ours seem to be kind of leaning his way. His kind of seem to be leaning our way. He would like for us, and he's actually given us permission to help in the cleanup, remove any that are on his side that are hanging our way. If you look at some of the pictures I sent, there's dead trees laying along the berm. It is a very distressed tree line. It is not worth saving. What we have proposed and what we will propose will look much, much better than what is there. And because of that, we would like to attempt to remove the number 3 condition for the 15-foot setback. It affects everything that we have going on with our current design of these buildings. If it takes 5 foot out of our northern buildings, we can't get boats in there. It starts to affect our turn radiuses on our other buildings. We already only have a minimum setback of 10 on the south. There's no for us to go without a complete redesign, and we really don't want to do that. We think we shouldn't have to because there is no tree line worth saving.
Can I see the picture of that tree line again?
It's like a war zone.
The whole property is a war zone. I mean, you guys are familiar. I know you guys are familiar with the property. We have been attempting to clean up. We actually had to dig we had to clear the entire front of garbage to get to the tree line. And this is kind of what we found. We did start to take some down. They were leaning into the property. Could you go to our first site plan that's got the tree line on it? This tree line that's on there right now is based off of an aerial view, and these trees that are here, they're over there leaning all the way over. So those are gone. all these trees that look like it's a tree line from an aerial view are dead, dying, or fallen over trees that just happen to have leaves on them and look great. There is nothing there worth saving.
Even if we save a 65-foot cottonwood here, it's still going to fall 65 feet out. So even if we don't take it down, it's still going to fall on my building. I'd have to completely get rid of this building if I want to keep 65-foot cottonwoods and box elders that are leaning over this way. I either have to, like,
Sorry, that's the truth. Done.
All right,
For now.
Planner Retzlaff.
Just wanted to say a couple of things. It is unfortunate that there's apparently nothing left in the existing tree line worth saving other than one or two large deciduous trees that presumably create a problem. We are encouraged to hear and see that there's a proposal for landscaping. Staff feels it needs to be enhanced. Don't believe that you can put in the amount and level of enhancement within 10 feet. You couldn't put shipping containers lined up across there with metal panels around it to provide a screen sufficient. One of the big concerns that we haven't talked about is the fact that this property is long, it's deep, but it abuts other properties. The property to the north is a farm field, yes, but under the current 2020 plan, it's shown as agriculture, conservation, residential. The owner or subsequent owners could petition for rezoning and create a residential neighborhood in there. Under the 2050 plan, this is part of the Meeker Hill neighborhood. Same thing holds true. This area is intended to be, at this point, even though it's a preliminary plan, to be suitable for a residential neighborhood. Now, there's no water and sewer, so it would be 1 acre lots, but it's conceivable that it could be developed as a residential area. So the thought is, to the south, there's not much you can do. It's the old quarry. Eventually, it'll be restored in some way. And the owners have told us what their plans are with regard to creating some sort of a family recreational area. But to the north, we need to be concerned about what can develop on the property to the north that would have a view of this property to the south. And that's what's driving, in large measure, the staff concern and requirement for adequate area, 15 feet, consistent with the arborist recommendation, and an enhanced landscape buffer. Now, frankly, if they want to present some plans that show us exactly what they have in mind, that would be great. And if they can squeeze it in 10 feet, I guess even better. But unless and until we see that plan, staff isn't going to change our recommendation at this point.
Is there a berm there now? Or does it just fall off to the property?
There is no official berm. It's just fall off from all the dead trees and what there is.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like there's more of a berm as you go towards the back half of the property, but over where it's not in the view, there's not really a berm at the moment.
Can I see a site planning? Yeah. Where is that asphalt that caps that brownfield? The whole gray area? All of it?
Yeah, the gray area actually goes, it is actually rectangle. It actually goes closer. The cap was, everything that isn't in the gray was covered by the previous scale of how big the cap was. So now that we've started our cleanup, cap is actually much closer.
How close?
And it's actually,
Is it 10 feet close? Is it 15 feet close? How close? Very close? 5 feet?
no, there's still probably at least five or more feet from the lot line. But it obviously it doesn't shape like this. It is rectangle. All the other stuff has been removed. That has been.
And those angle spots back there are for what, RVs or?
They're for larger size, RVs or boats.
How far off of the lot line is that? 10 feet?
Those are 8 feet.
for the zoning that you're in?
Yes,
And is that how you set up your site plan based on the zoning that you were in?
yes. So the 10-foot setbacks and the 8-foot green on the parking, that was what some of the feedback was, and that is what the requirements are for the zoning that we're in.
But you also chose the buildings that you did versus the business plan for this site based on the zoning and the setbacks? That
The
you wanted
buildings that we-
boats there for that reason?
Most of our plan for this site was based on parking because of the cap. The cap prevents us from building buildings on it. So it's basically a given parking lot. So, and everything behind the cap is fill from years and years of dumping and fill. So there's no structural advantage or possibility of building anything back there. So it made the most sense when we presented the plan to do the parking and put the buildings where we do have stable existing land from the existing house to one kind of shield from the back of the parking lots. Two, we can actually build buildings there. The buildings are where they can go and we can't go anywhere farther beyond them.
Adequately compact it adequately. This is, Kevin, how deep is that? The hole here? Yeah, where this is, what? Yeah, I don't want to put a building on top of 10 feet of fill. I can't get or compaction. So this is why we went with outside parking in the back.
Okay. So, so you've looked at the possibility of what you would put there in place of the trees that are there, and what are your, has anybody given you any recommendations?
Well, we've heard that trees lose their leaves in fall, so we're trying to avoid trees. So it'll most likely be some of the approved pine trees that are on the list. And obviously, we've already been told that, you know, our 40-foot that we have on the southern side isn't adequate enough. So we'll be, when we had revised the landscape plan to accommodate the additional landscape they want that we already have, we will also advise to try to fix that berm that is currently distressed.
But any pine or spruce tree can easily be 30 feet across at the bottom at full growth. How does that not impact your building 10 foot off?
I think we're gonna have to either trim them, or we're gonna have to, the neighbors, they're gonna move on to the neighbor's property too. We're also, you know, fixing, the berm is crossing both of our properties. So we're basically, in a sense, repairing his berm and our berm at the same time. So, you know, we have 10 foot of the berm, he might have his own portion of the berm. Asked us to remove his trees and repair that. So there might have to be a conversation that brings in a portion of his property to get that full lot line repaired.
Have you had that conversation yet?
We've talked with him. Other than the letter he sent, we've had conversation with him, and he is okay with us repairing that berm. He would be more than happy for us to remove the trees that are on his property that are distressing us. He said that his farmer has to plow 50 feet. He loses 50 foot of crops sometimes because there's stuff in his planted field, so he's losing.
So he doesn't plant right up to the property line?
He doesn't anymore. He can't. Or he won't, I should say. He said we could take his that are bothering us. He doesn't, he wants the whole thing gone.
I understand that part. Okay, Planner Ritzoff.
I just wanted to point out something that we all know and practice regularly, that the zoning code indicates with regard to setbacks some distances. In this case, the minimum distance setback requirement is 10 feet on the side property line. There's also a requirement for site plan approval, which gives the Plan Commission the ability to assess what's proposed and consider other factors that may impact a site development. The minimum is where your starting point is, and the Planning Commission historically has had, maybe not in all cases, but has discussed increasing setbacks at various points for various projects based on certain circumstances. Again, I would ask you to consider development or potential development to the north in mind when we're deciding what kind and what intensity of landscaping we're going to approve on the north side of this particular property.
Might also add, if I might, that the village arborist who we contract with for the advice sees the tree line differently than the applicant and thought there might be some trees that are worth saving. Thus, our recommendation to have a certified arborist go out to the site and take a look at and determine what could be saved, what should be saved, and what should be removed.
I'm just asking that. This is a very distressed property. It has many challenges. We've been trying to work within the challenges to create the residential boat units, the residential, spaces. This property is for residents. That's why the 25-foot units. That's why the bigger units at the bottom. I'll be honest, you take that 5 feet from us, it changes everything. It does.
I understand that. What is the bottom mostly? How long is that? That bottom building?
Bottom
Yeah. Yeah. And then what, so each one of those is an individual unit? Because sometimes you get them from one side and the other.
We don't have any unit garages on either the north or the south side in order to accommodate the neighbors' lighting.
Yeah. So another thing I just wanted to consider too with the tree line and the setback is, as far as the neighbor, he has no lights that are ever going to shine in his. He puts houses there. So there's no lights. We intentionally did that to be very respectful of the neighbors. I met with Hans Dawson. And his request was, hey, John, can you do me two things? Make sure there's no lights facing my property and please fence it. Done. So we thought we would respectfully do the exact same thing to the north neighbor. Put absolutely no lights facing his property. And this whole facility is only going to be open from dark to dark. It's not going to be a...
So you're 10 feet off and you're building, you're 10 feet off and you got to put a berm in there, yet you still want to make it secure. How do you squeeze a fence in there then too?
Fence is attaching to the building. There is no fence squeezed on the building.
On the building itself? Okay.
The building is the fence.
Got it.
Because up here in the pavement, the requirement is 8-foot setback green space, and we can fence through that.
No landscaping along there.
Moment.
I'm done for the moment. Yes, sorry. I said a lot of questions.
That's all right. What set of plans are we approving? What's up on the screen or what's on our computers? Because these don't agree with those. If you look at the elevations of your building, you have end units on two of the buildings. I don't see any end units on there.
What is this compared to what he has?
Go to the elevations. I didn't.
He's referring to the elevation drawings, which show on the east end of that south building.
Okay, yeah, I guess is there a slight change that Walter's Buildings made? I made where we have facing not Appleton Avenue, but on the other side. They're just small units.
So they're facing the rear parking lot. So
yeah, they're here. So there's no units facing it. There's no lights or doors facing Appleton Avenue.
Okay, so you need to change the back end of the buildings on a site plan. Which of the three buildings have the end units on them?
I believe it's, could you show the west elevations again? I think it
I didn't have all the elevations on there, just the center.
So according to what's on my computer, the center building would have end units. You're telling me those are on the back side, therefore I have to remove those parking spaces. And then what appears to be the one with the truncated end.
The south building.
South building has stuff on the far end which doesn't fit on your site plan.
Yeah, there's a mistake. Yeah, so
ability to have any other smaller units. Lights on the backside of the building. To shrink these buildings down.
So how does that change that back on that site plan? Is it removed, like a space or two that you
Yeah.
would have for regular
Yeah,
outside
a couple of these
storage?
are gonna be gone, so, and they'll just be
Is that why you're showing turning radius is there?
4 here, 1, 2.
Those are the lighting
Oh,
plans.
okay.
It's gonna be more than a few spots there.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so there's a couple things going on. All right.
so I also have a problem with trying to put evergreen trees in a 10-foot spot on a berm against the building. Are you, based on this, you've got what I call a Butler building. What's your company?
Walter.
Walter?
Walters, yeah.
You got a Walters
relation.
metal building. No, it's not your family member?
No,
Okay.
Steven spelled the same. No relation.
There is no wainscot on this, which I mean, there's no masonry at the bottom. So I'm not having a one-sided berm. I'm having a berm up and a berm down. So my water is going to flow into my building, which is detrimental to a metal building. That bottom panel is going to rust out a number of years. So that reinforces their desire to have more space in there so you can have some clearance so you're not sitting in a puddle of water all the time.
Like with,
I'm talking, well, I'm starting on the north side where we've been arguing this whole time.
okay.
You've got a berm that drains
Yeah.
back into the building. That's going to be problematic for your building. It's problematic for landscaping. Really got to figure something else out for that. I agree with the planning department's recommendation that you need more space. So personally, I'd like to see the right drawings, the right elevations, the right site plan with the back ends, all the corrected drawings with the proper landscape. Work with staff to get all this stuff pulled together so we have one concise set of drawings, either that set or this set, with their recommendations incorporated in.
Well, maybe not so much. And I'm not as opposed to the 10-foot, knowing what they're trying to do for the parking there and for part of their business plan. First of all, I appreciate that they're redoing this property because to go by it, it is a complete eyesore, and a lot of people have complained about it, and it's been kind of a burr in the saddle of planning for a number of years. It has also struggles. It's a brownfield that they're willing to take on as well. So they're basically taking a very distressed property and making it look better. I've seen some of the properties and have looked at them closely of other storage units they had. And if you haven't, the one over by Bass's is a good example. Very, very well kept up, very well maintained. It looks very nice from the street. So with all that, I'm more forgiving on that north property line if you can establish some relationship with that property owner as to how big that berm is and how much of his property you're going to dump it over to, or work out something that can be presented to planning. I understand our planner Retzloff's concern with our 2050 plan, because we always have to look out 15, 20 years as to what that property behind you could be. It's a farm field today. It may not be so in 10 years, 15 years. So that I recognize, but if you can show a landscaping plan that does some of the things that he's looking to accomplish there and still give your business plan or site plan with the 10-foot set off, I'm willing to look at it as part of, I'm not going to say forgiveness, but consideration of what you're doing to that property and how you're making it look better overall. And I don't want to hurt your business plan because of it. So I'm looking for ways to work with it. Show me a way to work with it.
Right, and that's why we approached the northern, owner right away because we want to
You know,
work together.
we're visual. He's an architect. He's way visual. So he needs to see it. And right now we've kind of got a little bit of a conflict. So it's hard to approve something that that we're not agreeing to, or know that, yeah, this is what we're going to get. And you've got a couple things to iron out with the planner. And not that I want to push you down the road and add costs, but I think we need to see a more more clarity in the picture.
Right, and I think from our perspective, what we're really trying to get from this meeting and basically, we'd like to be able to grade the property. Frost hits, right? We don't have intentions of building right now until April. There are plenty of meetings to be had between now and then to obviously iron out a lot of these details, especially a landscape plan, since we won't be planting anything till
Right.
next year. We'd really like to be able to, finish cleaning up this property and grade and compact.
Can't they
before
grade it with
winter.
just a silt fence permit?
You tell me
We
what
do
need
have
to
an early start permit, but it essentially allows just sort of cleaning and grubbing. We can't grade without having a grading plan.
We do have a grading plan here, and I don't know that the building locations or the landscaping actually affect that.
Depending on the size of the berm.
Absolutely think so. If you're putting sort of a berm. Ditch on the north side of the north building.
How much?
We're gonna put in a berm too.
So nothing drops off to the north. It's all pretty even, Steven, between his property and yours?
Apologize.
There's no elevation change to the north. Are you higher than him or are you lower than him or the same? Okay.
These drawings show a swale on the north, not a berm. Yes, so where's the berm?
There is no berm yet. It's all part of the landscaping plan, but it doesn't have to be a berm. It just has to be landscaped so it blocks. Well, it's so, okay.
Make us happy, but yes, people do it.
In regards to the comment made by trustee Baum here, a berm's going to bring water to your building. So that's his concern for longevity of your property and call it aesthetics. So his concern is you're going to drain water towards it because it's higher than aesthetically in 10 years, you're going to rust. So he's looking to offset that. But if you show a landscaping plan, it doesn't have to have a berm in it. It just has to show what you're going to put in the plantings to block view. And it doesn't mean it has to be mounded up. It just needs to be shown as to what that is and what kind of plantings you're presenting, and then what type of and where it's going also as part of on your neighbor to the north, because it sounds like you may have to share some of that in order to get what's needed for block.
Share, how would we present that to you guys? And how would
That's
that
an
be presented?
agreement you have with him.
Any construction related stuff, it's landscaping or filling, berming, you have to show in your plan on the adjoining property. So permission from him clearly to.
Was it your plan to start grading tomorrow? With an
it's
approval
into
tonight?
November.
With that being said, without an approved site plan, without an approved grading plan, I don't know if grading is. But I would say perhaps demolition permits for the buildings.
I'm working on that. Everything in place to demo the house. I just need to get the letters from the people that I need and get it to Katie.
Yeah, so I mean that's something
Right.
you could definitely get done this fall.
Are you demoing it or are you putting it up as a practice burn?
We considered that, but we decided to just demo it.
I don't even want to know. I've seen plenty. Okay. What can we do?
It's postponing until corrected plans.
Right, but is this something that, we have a possible meeting on the fourth Monday? Is it something that could be looked at and proposed for that agenda?
Be up to you to decide. I wouldn't prefer to keep that at the planning meeting, but if you want to handle an item like this, it's up to you.
we would love to be able to grade before frost sets in, whatever that takes.
If you staff can work through all these issues and bring a suitable set of plans to the fourth Monday, I'm fine with that.
Sure we can.
Commissioners?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I guess my biggest concern right now, among all the other concerns, is what type of an agreement are you going to be able to make with the property owner on the north? And it seems, are you going to get an easement, whatever it's going to be? I think that's going to be a pretty time consuming effort. So, but if you can get it done, I'd be happy to look at it myself. So.
Okay, then I need a motion.
Motion to postpone until appropriate drawings can be brought, hopefully to the meeting on the fourth Monday of this month. That's my motion.
First, we gotta need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Jeff?
Last item on tonight's agenda was to discuss whether we're going to.
Okay. All right, it could be the 4th or the 5th. What we're trying to do is, we appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate what you're doing to the property and trying to find a way that we can work out a solution and give you that opportunity. I mean, it's easy for us to say, you know, we don't like it, change it, come back in a month. I don't want to do that. I want to try to keep it moving for you, try to get what you want to get done, try to get done what we want to see on that property. So whatever we can do to do that, we'll work with you.
Is there anything else we should be looking at? I know we seem to be done moving on. Is there any other concerns that we should address before the
I
next
think the
one?
ones that we've given you are pretty big.
Great. I agree.
Yeah, and worth talking about. I don't want to cloud it anymore. I mean, it really comes up to that north property line and a way to address that and still get what you want for your business plan.
Agreed.
And like I said, I don't want to take it away from you because, you know, that's the plan for that area and it makes sense to you for a lot of reasons that you've researched and worked through and have spent money up to this point on. So that's what I want to try to protect.
I mean, maybe we can even find like 12 feet somehow by shrinking something and maybe compromise, but we'll see what we can do.
Okay, that I appreciate. Trying to find a solution around it. Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Gentlemen, thank you. We look forward to it. Next item. Read this agenda. It's a long one. Next item is item F. Blazer Construction LLC, agent for ARC Cafe USA 001 LLC, property owners of Wendy's Restaurant, North 96, West 17600, County Line Road. Site plan review for exterior building renovations. Give us more information on this new business item. We'll turn the meeting over to Community Development Director, Jeff Retzlaff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Blazer Construction, agent for Wendy's on County Line Road and Rivercrest Drive, has submitted plans for some remodeling, minor site work and building renovations, including interior and exterior, as well as a couple of replacement signage for their restaurant. This photo is the existing restaurant down on County Line Road. In terms of site improvements, again, very minimal. New drive-through clearance bar in the drive-through area, some ADA compliant handrails at the east entrance, interior renovations, which we don't typically get involved in, installing new flooring, ceiling and wall finishes, new lighting, install new seating, tables, counters, and cabinet finishes. They're redoing the whole interior. Exterior site layout. I've circled the places at which they're making some minor improvements. Exterior renovations include removing the existing solarium on the south elevation, the front of the building. The graphic shows that existing solarium. They're replacing it with pre-finished metal panel system above where the new or the existing sign would be replaced. And then also a metal panel system behind that and a standing seam metal roof above the windows. They're installing a new storefront window system along the south elevation and repainting some existing brick elevations on the building around the entrances. Signage, they're replacing the sign above the solarium and also, sorry, the pylon sign out front. It's more or less in the Arby's parking lot. They're just doing some face replacements. They received approval of some face replacements previously for the Wendy's and the little girl logo, as well as on-site directional that was approved at a staff level. It's the pylon sign that they threw in for a face replacement as part of this application. So we just need you to approve that as part of the overall effort. We don't have a roof plan. There was no roof-mounted mechanical changes anticipated, but given all of the interior stuff, wouldn't surprise me if at some point there may be a need to do something on the roof. And so if there is, staff is recommending that we address the whole screening issue, because right now when you look at it, the units are very tall and they're not hidden by any sort of features. Finally, there was a Public Works wastewater utility comment about the sampling manhole needs to be reconstructed. And that's going to be added as a condition of approval. The staff recommendation is to approve the site and building plans for the proposed interior and exterior renovations, subject to 4 conditions, and also to approve the pylon sign face replacement, subject to 1 condition. I'm not going to read those unless you want me to.
Commissioners?
Go back to the front again. Yeah, no. That. So the outside feature is it as it is today? Oh. They're just showing us. Oh. Okay.
Top and then new windows on the
So it'll be, go ahead.
over the solarium. Okay.
So it'll be straight panel above the solarium and then it'll go back to the roof as it is today on either side and then around the rest of the building?
It's going to have that same sort of
Okay. Okay. There was a bump out there. That's what I didn't understand. It's mostly-
So how far does that Wendy's panel stick out compared to the mansard on either side? Yeah. So the bottom part below the CA1, A3.1, that note there, bottom of that mansard roof curves out. Which is out farther, the bottom of that curved roof or the horizontal corrugated siding? Oh, it's in that same plane. Stays out there.
the new won't curve like that.
That doesn't show.
So within the rest of that roof them be painted, that the curve point to kind of match color? Because I'm sure it's faded.
Yeah, if you look at the notes, it says.
Not as elaborate as the Cousins renovation where they had a similar solarium kind of thing in the front that they sort of changed.
Is there any new landscaping in front of that solarium? There looks kind of what that is.
Yeah, they are. This picture is from today. So they're,
So are they pulling that out, or are they replacing it, or just keeping it?
landscaping, I didn't see any change in the landscaping. It's just
Yeah, well,
landscaping is like deciduous shrubbery and the leaves are turning gold and orange and red and they're gonna fall off and then probably trim
Okay.
the stems.
Commissioners?
Is it a cleanup issue? Is that,
I don't know. Here it just looks a little unkept. Maybe it's just the angle or the day. I don't know.
pass that along? Pass that along to the owner?
Yeah. So I really don't understand why we're doing this little amount of work to this building. It's not enhancing anything. It's not improving anything. It's just changing the front signage panel for the sake of changing it.
Oh, upgrade, yeah.
Yeah. So you're replacing that panel to put a new sign on. Replacing that section of paneling to put a new sign on.
And it cleans up the.
So it's not a refresh of the whole store. So is Wendy's like refreshing other stores with a new look, like the McDonald's and the Burger Kings and
Red panel. Yeah. That's they're moving towards a new prototype that is just like McDonald's and Burger King. Square box to it.
You're on.
If you go back to the prior picture photo,
how far?
The one that had there, are we good with those posters in the windows? Maybe it's
We don't have any
We have no control over signage.
regulation over window signage.
Wings. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. Careful there. In-store marketing.
I really have no idea what to say about this. It's not improving the building at all.
Sounds like it's just a maintenance issue.
Yeah.
Deal with some leakage.
And upgrade the sign itself to whatever the latest graphics are for the sign and for the monument sign.
The girl is older.
She's not Pippi Longstocking with the things straight out. She's more of a natural look, I would say, with the pigtails.
She's gone natural. Okay, that's it.
They have a right to update their logos and, put in what's new, and this takes care of a couple issues for them.
I
They're
think
not
when
looking for a full building redo at this time. They're one of the few that are open late for a while. I mean, they got business between them and Taco Bell. They were the only ones that are open for that late night crowd. Especially when McDonald's was going through its renovation.
Hard getting employees.
As for what's going on with employees and with buildings and COVID, they don't need the big buildings anymore. They just need a drive-through and a kitchen. Mm-hmm.
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan and building plans for the proposed interior and exterior model as presented with the conditions.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion?
I'm not sure I can support it.
No, there's discussion.
Yes or no? Was discussion. We'll get you through it.
No, it's just that all the other restaurants in the area have kind of gone through a revise. And so I think that Trustee Baum is looking for something more, but based on its logo change and taking care of some maintenance issues, they're really looking for a minimal replacement here, just to update the logo. Right.
No, they were.
So any other further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Motion carries. Thank you for staying with us.
Yeah, one more.
Fine.
I will make a motion to approve the proposed pylon sign face replacement as presented with the one condition.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Yep, you're set. Thank you.
Done.
Thank you for
Thank
staying with us. Next item under new business is item G, Michael Signs Inc., agent for ZPG Development LLC and TI Investors of Germantown 3 LLC, property owner located at West 210, North 13150, Gateway Crossing, sign review application.
Motion to approve as presented. Jumping the gun.
Motion made. Do I have a second?
Second that.
Can I see what it looks like?
I'll add that this is very similar to the Zilber 2 and 3 signs, which were proposed and approved in 2019.
Okay.
This is what was previously approved, and then this is what is proposed today.
I don't see a difference.
Base is different. The side panel of gray goes down to the base on the other one.
We have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? Bless you.
Are there any conditions on the motion?
Just one that the street address coordinates are 5 inches tall.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Next item is item H, RJB Contracting Inc., agent for Meridian Germantown LLC, property owner of Walmart, located at West 190 North 9855 Appleton Avenue, site plan review for exterior building renovations. Give us more information on this. Turn it over to Director Retzloff.
Thank you. The exterior remodeling is simply more blue paint. Here's the original front elevation from when the store was first approved. And then in 2017, we approved some changes, the addition of some grays and blues on the 3 main entry points to the store. changed. They had the tan colored scheme going on. Other than what's shown. Now, what they want to do is sort of reverse So, back in 2017, staff didn't have a hard problem with what was proposed because it was interjecting a little bit of the Walmart blue as they're rebranding, the blue and the gray. But it almost seems like we've been, what's that phrase, frogged, where, they didn't throw us right into the boiling water. They kind of started us off really slow with a little bit of blue that has sort of desensitized us to the blue, and now they're hitting us with the full panel blue on the largest parts of the main entry features. And you may already notice that they're out there today. In fact, it was Emily who discovered it a while back that they had just gone ahead and painted it blue anyway.
Already?
Yeah, we caught them, so to speak. We contacted them, and
Another reason to love them.
yeah, everybody just does stuff. But they went ahead and they painted them, and they're sort of awaiting our decision. They know they may have to unpaint and repaint to the 2017 scheme. But is the blue. Sounds like it.
Yes, I believe there's a representative with us via WebEx.
Yeah.
Steve, do you have anything you'd like to add? See him there. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
We're also proposing to paint blue areas above the entryways on both the what would be the south side where the auto repair area is, and also on the north side where the pharmacy drive-through pickup area is.
Does the representative from Walmart have anything to add to the presentation?
No, that it was not our intent to ask for forgiveness on this one. We do apologize. It was a misstep on our part. So we'll take any comments that you have for us.
Commissioners?
I don't like it. It's
Got to do better than that.
It is too much blue that is contrasting with the overall color scheme of the building.
Can't say you don't like it. You got to give reasons as to what is it not, what.
It's too much blue that contradicts with the overall color scheme of the building.
So what else is being painted? Just those panels, or are there other panels that are being transferred back to gray?
I believe there are a few others. If I believe it's user number 3. If you want to unmute that, I have another representative that will know a little more detail on it.
Yes, this is Audrey Freeman, and I currently run the paint program. This actually was a miscommunication on our end. There was an item missed in the original meeting that we had about getting the permitting for this. So this was not intentional by all means. The only blue that you will see on the building itself are the what you see here on the drawings. It will be on the auto center, above the 2 vestibules, and of course our main badge. Those are the only items that will be the blue, the Walmart blue that we have. But this is actually a project for us to get all of our stores consistent on the rebrand, which is why that these 2 entryways right here in the auto center has been moved to get changed to blue. The remaining of the building will be the grays, and any unpainted blocks will be sealed with a clear coat. But these are the only areas that will have the blue.
Commissioners?
Agree too. I don't like the blue.
I'm a terrible color guy. If I don't like it,
You can't go with I don't like it. You got to give reasons as to why it doesn't fit.
it's contrast.
The blue color scheme does not mix with the existing context of the building.
There's other buildings you have that have similar architecture to this one. Are you setting them up in the same way? With this color scheme?
Hi, this is Amy Miles. I'm with PB2 Architecture and Engineering. Yes, this is a pretty standardized look for Walmart nationwide.
Right, but do other buildings have similar architectural amenities that this one has? I mean, it's starting to become like a patchwork of color.
Well, this one does have special elevations for sure, but Walmart has been good at incorporating any architectural features that are existing and trying to keep those remaining as much as possible, and just painting, especially the blue, where it's needed and where it'll provide a kind of pop of color, especially in these entryways where it's kind of a directional type feature to help guide customers to the entrances rather than having them kind of walking all over the site.
Show me the original again, Jeff.
I can see.
Well, that's what was approved in 2017. Portions.
I can fully understand an accent color to pop out the entrances and the features, but this color has no basis in the context of the building and looks like a mistake. Even back then, when this part was painted, it looks like it painted it the wrong color because of the context of the elevation. I think, say what I think.
Well, back in 2017, the same issue was raised about the contrast, and it was sort of, if I recall correctly, kind of written off that, well, these are just small components of those main entryways. We'll kind of meet you halfway between the rebranding with the blue and the gray and what the current tans and browns and masonry architecture has. So this is what has resulted of that decision, and that's what's supposed to be out there today, on what's on screen right now.
At the building that we have, the blue does not work with the rest of the palette. And to put such a large portion of blue on there,
What would you suggest? What is something that would appear more acceptable to this board?
earth tone color that goes with the balance of the building. Wanted something to pop out, I'd pick an accent color based on the existing color palette, but this blue is not blend in with the building.
I'm not saying to pick out color. Basically, what they have is where it is right now has been accepted and approved, so it can always go back to the way it was.
The way it was, because I can't do anything about that. Bright blue.
Something to move forward.
Oh, I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
That's motion.
That's my motion.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Can't support it.
Cause it doesn't fit the palette of the building.
Correct.
Thank you. Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, raise your hands. Motion fails, 3-2.
At this point, with no approval of the color scheme that's proposed, would have to back to the approved color scheme that was approved the painting that was done recently.
Or propose something else?
Propose something else, I guess.
Or put a new facade on?
That works with the
It's an option. A lot of the new buildings don't have these bump outs anymore. It's just one big blue blue panel across all doorways.
Yeah, but if you recall, the village had at the time, still does, a requirement that commercial buildings over 50,000 square feet have these sorts of features in them so that if for some reason the current business went out, building split up into multiple tenant spaces, each with its own unique entryway, not have to deal with that sort of issue of one continuous building with one or two common entryways.
Okay, so what can happen then is they can go back to what we see in front of us now or propose another option. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
Excuse me, we do have one more. It'd be if we do go back to the original colors, I would assume that you want us to present it to the commission again?
No, what you have, the original colors are what's approved for the building currently, so there'd be no reason to come back before this commission unless you would look to change it in some fashion.
Okay.
But it does,
Okay, thank you for your time.
it does have the logo color of blue, it just doesn't have it as large as you would like in your new proposal.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All
Thank
right,
you for your time.
Yep, I appreciate you joining us and giving us your input.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on their new business is item I, 2050 Comprehensive Plan Update. Planner Retzloff.
Again, I just wanted to lock in on our next meeting date, the 22nd or the 29th. I know Lori had sent out requests for people's availability. I don't recall exactly what the availability was for the 22nd, but it is the week of Thanksgiving. Some folks go hunting, some folks do other things.
So I'm planning on traveling back on that day from an out of state trip. I don't think I'm going to be back in time for that. So that's my issue.
From your backyard. All right, so you're saying the 22nd isn't work as much as the 29th would?
29th is okay for me.
Fine with 29th. You? Okay, then I guess the 29th works better. All right, anything else? Does anyone have any announcements they'd like to make? Just a reminder that this weekend is the Germantown Christmas Parade and the festivities that go along with that. So there is the Candy Cane Walk and Run in the morning, starts at 10 o'clock. And then there is the parade that starts at noon. And then the festivities this year will be held at Fireman's Park at the new pavilion. So it's not at the library and the village center as it has been in the past. It is at Fireman's Park. Yes, Trustee Myers, got to have a microphone.
ask.
Oh, that's correct. There's also a Veterans Day, I'm not going to say celebration, but a memorial event that will happen at the Germantown War Memorial. And I believe it starts at 11 o'clock. I think it starts at 11 o'clock on Sunday. And there usually is a lunch afterward at the VFW post, but don't hold me to it. But if you wish to come and help to give recognition to our veterans, there is that ceremony on Sunday at our Memorial Park. Any other announcements? If not, then we are adjourned. Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you all for watching, and have a good night.